Let's go live. All right, good evening. I've never had introduction music before. It's like the Oscars. Thank you. I want to say thank you first to Aubrey Chang in the back there for providing our prelude music. I'd like to call this meeting to order and invite Elder Wayland Collins of Reliance Church to provide our invocation. Please stand.
Thank you so much for this honor and privilege. All right, let's pray. Father God, we thank you, Lord, for this evening. We come before you as stewards of the city. We pray for your guidance and your discernment on how to handle the whatever it is that we got to work out here tonight, Lord. We ask for your, we're all stewards of this city and the people within it, Lord. We want to honor and glorify you through that. So, Lord, again, be amongst our conversation. Bring us into unity to do what's best for the city and the legacy that we could leave before it. So, Lord, we thank you. We pray these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Ross Jackson, would you like to lead us in the pledge this evening?
Sure. Hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Alexander.
I'm here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Mayor Ron.
Here.
Councilmember Schwank.
I'm here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
All right. Well, let's see. First up, we are starting with our presentations. We have a proclamation for National Library Week, and I believe we have Phyllis Roos and Rosie Vanderhawk. I'm sorry.
Yes, indeed. So, if I may.
Yes.
We have, if you all would like to come on up, we have the Deputy Director of the district, Sylvia Weck, as well as Phyllis Roos, who's the president of our Friends of Temecula Public Libraries, which supports both the Grace Melman and the Ronald H. Roberts Public Libraries. Library Manager Rosie Vanderhawk, as well as her staff members, Ginger Safstrom and Robin Ahern, to receive the award here.
All right. And I'm going to go ahead and read this. Thank you all for joining us this evening. So, City of Temecula Proclamation, whereas National Library Week is an opportunity to celebrate and highlight the valuable role libraries, librarians, and library workers play in transforming and strengthening our communities. And whereas we recognize librarians as information professionals who provide expertise, services, and guidance for patrons to access credible sources of materials, making their own informed decisions about the world today. And whereas libraries offer equipment and professional staff support to utilize technology, programs, and services, often free or with nominal charges to users. And whereas libraries are a resource for all, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries serve all people of all ages, interests, and backgrounds, providing the resources and space to engage in lifelong learning. And whereas librarians hold the professional values of diversity, equity, and inclusion to meet the needs of all users, America is now celebrating National Library Week, including April 5th as National Library Workers Day, and the immeasurable contributions made by library workers, April 6th as National Outreach Day, showing library services are not limited to their physical location, and April 7th as Take Action for Libraries Day, encouraging community support for libraries. Now I, Mayor Matt Ron, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim April 3rd through April 9th to be National Library Week. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I hope you can share some words as my colleague brings those proclamations down.
I'm Rosie, and I'm so glad to be here tonight, and you've invited us to be here. Libraries really are the core of this community. The City of Temecula has been so proactive in providing library service for the people who live in this community. We are the busiest library in Riverside County. We have people who drive up to an hour even with the gas prices we have. And they bypass a lot of libraries, but they come to ours. And I asked a person recently, why do you do that? They said, well, for the Wi-Fi. And I said, but we have hotspots that you could check out now. He said, no, it's not the same. You come into a library and you have so many resources, and you have a library staff that knows about customer service. So we'll pass by some other smaller libraries coming all the way from the Sun City area to ours. And so we are really pleased with what we're able to offer the community. It's basically all free. Just get that library card. You can do a lot of things online if you're not able to come in. This year, this National Library Week is talking about connect with your library. And one way to do it is to get that card. The other is to bring your children in. We have such wonderful programs that Ginger Sastrom offers, and lots of financial help. We have even teens teaching tech, so if you're stuck on your iPhone or your iPad, those kids can help you. I can't, but those kids can help you. So I really appreciate being here, but you have a special guest here tonight. This person worked for this city, I don't know how many years, in community services, and when she retired, what was the first thing she did? She came to volunteer at the library. Well, once we get them volunteering, we get them more involved, so she's now president of the Friends of the Temecula Libraries, Phyllis Roos.
Thank you, Rosie. Mayor Ron, council members, and staff, I am here so grateful that you are recognizing the importance of our libraries. This community has always cherished their library resources, and we have a fabulous library. We actually have two fabulous libraries, but the city is the proud owner of one of them, and it is just amazing. Libraries have been a part of my life all of my life, and I've been to many of them, and I've worked with many library staffs, but I have to tell you there's something special about the Temecula Public Library. When you walk in, there's a warmth, there's a feel, there's an inclusion in that building, and we have a staff that is second to none. I've worked with a lot of librarians in the past as well, and they've all been wonderful, but there's nothing like this staff. So I am so proud to be the president of the Friends of the Temecula Libraries. We operate 2 bookstores, and our sole purpose for existing is to raise funds for our libraries. So we are able to buy them books, materials, and pay for programming from cradle to grave. Our libraries not only provide literacy and an opportunity to discover and explore, but also for cultural events. We have lots of nice cultural events and a community gathering place. A lot of groups don't have any place else to gather, but there's an open door at our libraries. So I just want to thank you again for recognizing not only our libraries, but the importance of libraries across the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rosie, Rosie, come here.
Come on, Rosie.
Now, Rosie. Hold it, Rosie. It's me. I have a question for you.
Yes.
This is a totally hypothetical situation.
All right?
What would one do if they'd lost their library card?
You would just come tell us, and we would help you get a new one.
I'll tell my friend.
Tell your friend.
Okay.
That friend can take care and get that card, because you really need that library card. So-
She knows.
Oh, she knows.
Yeah, she knows she needs it.
Okay. All right. Covered.
Okay,
Got it.
thank you.
All right, and don't forget to pay your library fees. Those late books, that adds up. All right, our next on the list was actually at the request of Councilmember Stewart. So I'm going to let him present this because I know it holds a dear place in his heart, but I will let him present it. It's to the Temecula Valley Soccer Association U14 Girls All-Star Team, and I see you all there in the audience. Thanks for joining us. This is exciting. The city of Temecula congratulates the All-Stars team on their outstanding championship season and effort in earning a record of 22 wins and 0 losses. Coached by Kenneth and Rebecca, the team won championship in each of the 5 tournaments they competed in, outscoring their opponents 87 goals to 3.
Oh my
Is that
gosh.
right? Ouch. Okay, you're
Wow.
playing to win. The championship game of the District 5 Tournament of Champions proved to be their toughest test, as their opponent kept the girls scoreless during the regulation and through 4 overtime periods. But unfazed and united, the team was successful on each of its penalty kicks and won the shootout 5-3, and they were champions of the biggest tournament of the season. The city of Temecula is proud to honor you all, not only for your championship on the field, but also for your teamwork, your respect for the officials, and grace and victory. We're proud of your dedication, talent, and we wish you continued success in your futures. Thank you.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Matt, I have another question. I can do now. So while Stu is doing that, I have another question. Yes, ma'am. Were the 3 points 3 separate, like free throws, or was it one basket from the, the long distance basket, or I'm just,
It was 3 goals in 3. It was 3 goals in 3 different games. So
okay, 3 goals in 3 different games.
Okay, first off, I want to know who's the goalie. So how many shots on goal did you get? How many shots on goal? How many stops did you get? That's it? There you go. See, she's a team player, giving credit to her defense. And her offense was awful good, too, because of what they scored. So congratulations. I got an email from, was it you, the coach? Okay, one of the parents. And I was so impressed. It was like, okay, we got to recognize these girls. So here you go, whoever is going to take that certificate. And again, thank you guys, ladies, so much for representing Temecula. So thank you. Yeah, right here.
Get your picture.
okay, I just wanted to say that the record is very outstanding. This is a tremendous group of young girls, soccer players, and young women on the field. But honestly, they're even more impressive off the field. Usually, when you have a team that's that kind of dominant team, right? You could have a lot of egos, a lot of minds. These girls worked so hard for everything they got. They couldn't just show up on the field and play. They worked for their success. And the sportsmanship that they showed, the way they represented the city in a classy way, both on and off the field, is what stands out to me. And I know that we had written, when we talked about the National Women's Day in Sports and, recognizing what they do, that event and what it does, having a daughter growing up and providing opportunities for young ladies and these women to excel and exceed off and on the field. The lessons that they learned and the way they conducted themselves on the field will translate to success for them in school and in life off the field. So I just want to be sure I recognize they were very dominant and a joy to coach for their results on the field, but who they are as a team, who they are as individuals, and to a young lady, who they are as far as their growth and their future is second to none. So ladies, we are very proud of you. My daughter got the chance to go through TVSA as well. I got to co-coach with her, so now she's in a leadership role learning it. So this is all about the women and their opportunities, and this is a true representation of the city of Temecula. So on behalf of it, thank you very much. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right. All right, moving on, we have our board and commission reports today. Tonight, I think we'll start with Mr. Gary Watts. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and most importantly, public. Talk a little bit about our meeting of last week, March 16th. The pictures of our commissioners were up there. I'm going to let them introduce themselves individually later on when they give a joint presentation with the council. The Planning Commission reviewed proposed amendments to the fiscal years 22-26 capital improvement program and made a determination that the proposed amendments are in conformance with the general plan. Those 5 projects were the citywide fiber optic communication system, Murrieta Creek Regional Sports Park, the Ronald Reagan Sports Park hockey rink, Ronald Reagan Sports Park pump track shade structure, and the Ronald Reagan Sports Park skate park. Next slide, please. The Commission approved a home product review application for Planning Area 31A of the Roripa Ranch Specific Plan to allow for 3 unique detached single-family plans with 4 architectural styles consisting of 81 lots. There were no public comments, and the Commission voted 4-0 to approve the application. Planning Commission voted 4-0 to continue off-calendar 3 separate development plan applications for industrial buildings to be located along Avenida Alvarado to allow time for the applicant to address a comment letter received by staff prior to the hearing. There were no public speakers present for those items. And that concludes my report of our last meeting, 16th. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Jackie Steed, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Mayor Ron, and City Council members and staff. I'm here on behalf of the Ready Commission. Our chair is out of town tonight, so I am taking her place. We had a wonderful meeting on March 10th. We had the Temecula Valley Rose Society visit us, and the representatives provided us with an overview of an organization and the work they do in their community. They specifically discussed the new Peace Garden and Peace Poles and invited the public to their September 21st dedication, which falls on International Peace Day. And for anybody that does not know where the Rose Garden is located, it is at Jedediah Smith Road and Cabrillo Avenue, and I encourage all of you to really check it out. It's beautiful. We also had a presentation from Director Jennifer Hennessy in regards to our budget engagement session, and she provided us with an overview of the annual budget process, capital improvement projects, and the City Council's budget priorities. The Commission agreed with the priorities, especially public safety, and the Commission also made recommendations to fund the annual Culture Fest and similar events, facilities for residents on the west side of the freeway, business struggling from the pandemic, training for all commissions, and additional accessible facilities for the special needs population. And then lastly, we had Senior Planner Matt Peters provided us with an update on outreach efforts for the Equity Core Value. The Commission reviewed the statistics for underrepresented groups, draft goal statements, and key indicators relating to each of the 4 proposed goals presented by the QLMP consultant and provided additional recommendations. Our next meeting is on April 14th at 6 p.m. right here in the chambers.
All right, thank you. Chief Crater, Public Safety Report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff, and our community. Temecula Fire Department ran 795 calls in the month of February 2022, 569 of those being medical, 19 of those being fires, and then 78 traffic collisions. Next slide. As far as our prevention and plan review, 426 plan reviews, construction inspections, 468, annual inspections, 675, and then public inquiries here at City Hall, 29. So that is starting to pick up. And year-to-date is on the right-hand column. And we will be back to full staff in the next couple of weeks, so that's exciting. It's been months. So finally, we were able to find a candidate and hire them, and Elsa is very happy with that. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. All right, now we're going to move into the annual joint meetings, City Council, Community Services Commission, Old Town Local Review Board, and our Planning Commission. So, who would like to begin here? Don't jump up immediately. I don't know, what do you think, Luke, about Old Town Local Review Board? How do we have this queued up?
Sounds good to me. Old Town
All
Local
right.
Review Board.
All right, Mr. Jackson, we're going to put you on the spot first.
Shouldn't have laughed.
I know, see? Good evening.
Well, you know how that goes. I was just voluntold, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing us to present our annual report to the council and to staff. Although first, I would like to say what we did at our last meeting was on March 14th. As we did at our meeting, we dedicated that meeting to Peg Moore, who we lost this year. And so in holding to that, we would also like to dedicate our annual report in honor of Peg Moore. And not only with Peg Moore, as well as Mr. Blair, who resigned for health and personal reasons. Both of them together provided an insight in learning how this board is an important part of the city of Temecula. It's not just one person, it's the group of people. Although we have 3 in our staff right now currently, we believe that we are mighty as one. This entire group, the people behind me, we all stand as one group, not just one individual. There is no I in team, therefore we work as a team. Board members currently consist of myself as the chairman, vice chairman is Michael Bays, and one of the committee members is Juan Del Val. Description of the Old Town Local Review Board reviews and recommends on topics related to the Old Town Specific Plan, historical significance, and architectural themes of a historical district. The Old Town Local Review Board has specific responsibilities for serving as advisory resource to all departments within the city, hence teamwork. Within the city, matters pertaining to historical significance and related to architectural themes of Old Town. Review projects for consistency with the Old Town Specific Plan. Also charged with encouraging public understanding and appreciation of unique architectural, environmental, cultural, historic heritage of the district, as well as increasing the understanding of the long-term plan for completing build-out district, including style of architecture. During the 2021 process for the board, Sam Hicks Park was reviewed and approved, and of which we also were finishing up the fence around Sam Hicks Park. The board received the budget engagement session presentation from Finance Director Ms. Hennessy regarding the city's annual budget process, as well as overview of the budgetary policies and procedures. Our feedback was everybody was in concurrence with the budget, and we had no comments. This was proceeded at our last meeting. The board also received a presentation on the city's work program updating the quality of life master plan. During the 2021, the board reviewed and recommended the approval of a development plan for the construction of an approximately 18,000 square foot building totaling 3 stories on Old Town Front Street. Now I will turn it over to Vice Chairman Bays.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the other activity in Old Town during the 2021 time. The temporary expanded dining retail program, the TED program, which many of you may have seen in Old Town, is where we temporarily set up dining along the street areas. The program allowed a lot of businesses to survive and some thrive during the COVID time. It was an important thing for the city to do. And we're going to move forward with recommendations on what to do further out and how it affects traffic and all that sort of thing. Building improvements are underway for the existing Stampede building, including the all-new brick facade along the southern side of the building, along with addition of substantial window and door areas for new tenant spaces. The project also includes replacement of boardwalk with stamped concrete along its frontage to Front Street. And as you can see, as you go through, it really makes a mark and it's really kind of making the overall impression improve dramatically. The city constructed a temporary parking lot at the northeast corner of Old Town Front Street and First Street. The lot opened in November 2021, providing 150 new parking spaces. The city made improvements to 5th Street, east of Front Street, including street widening, rolled curb, concrete sidewalks, street lights, and street trees. As you can see, a lot of things happened here. It was very impressive throughout the pandemic process of how the city just kept rolling along and even taking opportunities that weren't there before to let's pick up this, let's do this. It was a really great time for the city to be able to move forward, even though other things were going on. The city removed significantly deteriorated wood boardwalk and installed a temporary asphalt walkway along Front Street at the frontage of the future Trox Hotel. And the city installed an asphalt walkway on 4th Street to close a gap in the sidewalk along the northern side of the street between Front Street and Mercedes Street. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Duvall.
All right, and I'll be going over what's coming for 2022. So in 2022, the board will review the Temecula Resort and Spa Development Plan for an approximate 474,137 square foot, 7-story, 90-foot high full-service hotel that includes a parking garage, conference facilities, ballrooms, gallery event space, full-service spa, restaurants, bars, lounges, retail outlets, workout facility, outdoor pool area, and a wedding garden. It is located on the east side of Front Street between 1st Street and 2nd Street. In 2022, the board will be reviewing design standards for the Old Town Outdoor Dining Program, which replaces the temporary expanded dining program to allow for long-term outdoor dining in Old Town. In 2022, the board will be reviewing updates to the Old Town specific plan, including changes to building height standards, raised outdoor patios for commercial structures, parking structure setback standards, and alley requirements clarifying utility equipment placement, trash service, and delivery requirements. Work is being completed on the Marietta Creek Walk, which is anticipated to open in the spring of 2022. And with that, I'll turn it over back to Mr. Jackson.
Well, as you can see, we are small and yet down by 2, but we're still fierce and fighting all the way through everything. In conclusion, I wish to inform the City Council of the following. We are responsible, seriously, and have all the overall goal in assisting and advising the Planning Commission, City Council in ways that enhance the use and the appearance of overall experience in Old Town for our local residents, as well as growing tourism trade that has become a virtual part of our community, a large part of our community as well. We believe that the board's oversight is continuing to help Old Town maintain its place in the heart of our city. That ends my report for the day. Thank you very much for your time and listening to me. See you all soon.
Thank you so much. Yep. Any questions? All right. I just have one item for the Old Town Local Review Board, and that is we kind of hit the pause button on filling those 2 vacancies so we could have that conversation about revisioning what the review board looks like, and I hope we're going to have that conversation soon. And we've had an opportunity to talk a little bit, Ross, about some of those thoughts, and look forward to seeing that happen here soon and get those 2 vacancies filled and have a new rebranding of what the review board is all about for Temecula's future. Thank you so much for your service for the community. All right, next up, let's see. How about the community services?
Good evening, Mayor Ron, Mayor Pro Tem Schwenk, City Council members Alexander, Edwards, and Stewart, our executive staff, our fellow commissioners, and most importantly, Temecula residents. As chairperson of the Community Services Commission, it is a privilege to present the following overview of our collective service to the city by creating community, engaging residents, and promoting civic pride, the Temecula way.
Good evening. I'm Commissioner Eric Levine, as you all know. As all commissions and boards serve in an advisory capacity and reviewing body for specific matters referred by the City Council, Community Services Commissioners review and make recommendations concerning the Parks and Recreation element of the general plan. We work closely with the Temecula Valley Unified School District, other city departments, and community groups to provide parks and recreation services and programs for the community. I'd like to express our sincere thanks to former Vice Chair Adam Ruiz for his service to the Community Services Commission from 2019 through 2021. We're thrilled to see Commissioner Ruiz transition seamlessly to the Temecula Planning Commission. And finally, we invite the community to join us monthly in this very chamber on the second Monday at 6 p.m. to engage and connect with all of us. Our commission is dedicated to continuing the development of our inclusive, diverse, equitable, and prosperous community for all who are fortunate to know Temecula.
Once again, I'm Chairperson Kathy Sizemore for the Commission, and we began our year in 2021 meeting virtually. First, we would like to publicly acknowledge and express our deep appreciation to Director Pat Thomas for his comprehensive monthly public works updates, to Stacy Fox for his monthly meeting attendance and reporting, to Director Jennifer Hennessy for her thorough budget overview engagement sessions, and we'd also like to thank all of the ITSS support and collaboration for their support and collaboration throughout the years. Now, as we recap the year 2021, we started the year in January, and at our first meeting for 2021, I was sworn in as a new commissioner, and we also recommended the approval for park renaming. We had the Sports Ranch at Salmers Bend. Originally, it was Roar Paw Ranch Sports Park, which is the same acronym as Ronald Reagan. Thought there'd be some confusion on that, so we recommended that it would be renamed to the Sports Ranch at Salmers Bend. That kind of fitted more the idea of what we wanted to see out there. And we also celebrated the reopening and the revisioning of the Sam Hicks Monument Park down here by the Temecula Museum. In February, we elected Chair Eric Levine and Vice Chair Adam Ruiz for a second term. We thought it was a little unfair that their shot at being chair and vice chair was all virtual for 2020, so we wanted to give them an opportunity to do the job in person, so we elected them for a second year. And we also appointed Commissioner Gary Oddie as Sports Council representative. And in February, we celebrated the reopening and the revisioning of the Stephen Linden Jr. Memorial Park. And in March, we had a budget engagement session presentation from the Director of Finance. I was ready to get to the back of the line. I thought I'd have my break to breathe. So my mission as chairperson for this commission this year, my mission is to actively preserve the Temecula traditions that my family has enjoyed for future generations of Temecula residents, while working to create new opportunities for our city's growing and diverse population of young adults, empty nesters, and senior citizens. And now I will exit to the back of the line.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwenk, were you a little surprised in that photograph?
It's exciting being with this commission. They're wonderful.
All right, thank you, Chair. Our virtual meetings continued through June, and in April, Commissioner Adi, Commissioner Kristevsky participated in the bike tour of South Temecula with Mayor Pro Tem Schwenk. In May, our Quality of Life Master Plan update was presented to us. We also had a presentation on the draft CIP. We had 4 commissioners attend our Bike Month open house. Wanted to offer high compliments to TCSD for managing during the pandemic to continue to serve by thinking outside the box and doing things differently. This team rocks, right? Can we just get a round of applause? Because I have the microphone, and they deserve it. In June, local redistricting efforts presentation and general recommendations regarding community engagement. We had our first public event for our commissioners where we were all working together publicly by judging the annual Art and Street Painting Festival. And my mission is really to support our outstanding staff post-pandemic, creating new opportunities while maintaining as many of the old traditions as possible. We saw Facebook concerts, we saw our Teen Zone theme boxes, etc., and to continue to represent and serve all citizens of Temecula. Commissioner.
Good evening. It's such an honor to serve on this commission and with this department. I get the privilege of announcing what started happening in July. We were finally able to come together and meet in person again in July, which was a big step for the commission and for the city. We are very grateful to have worked very closely with Assistant City Manager Kevin Hawkins during his tenure in the Community Services Department. We're also very thrilled to work side by side with Director Erica Russo, as the leadership and vision she provides will guide us for years to come. So again, recapping, July was a time of transition. We resumed in-person meetings. We reviewed TCSD's annual agreements. We began the leadership transition to Director Russo. In August, we approved recommendations to add Daryl and Rebecca Farnbach to the Temecula Wall of Honor. At that meeting, we had a world record 18 public comments. Neighborhood drop-in was present. We discussed the roller rink at Ronald Reagan Sports Park. We discussed pickleball courts and mini pump track recommendations. And we got to preview a presentation of the playground renovation process. Also, we discussed the Blue Ribbon Committee representation. In September, Commissioner Kathy Sizemore was elected as Vice Chair, and Chair Eric Levine served as the September 11th Remembrance Event MC. A little bit about me. My mission and goals really here in the city, it's really near and dear to my heart to conserve and preserve the open spaces that we still have left here in the city. It's very important for our residents. In addition to that, I'd like to try and advance and promote active transportation, hiking and biking trails, support park renovations, new playgrounds and openings, and also to participate in and volunteer at signature special events. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. We wrapped up 2021 with several favorite signature special events, new programming like Chilled in the Park, and safe, fun, and festive community gatherings. In October, Commissioners Sizemore and Kristevsky participated in the Blue Ribbon Committee, and then we had a judging of the carnival contest right out in front of the City Hall here. Great venue for that event. And the commission attended the state and city address together. In November, the Quality of Life Master Plan Community Engagement Update came to our commission. We attended the Veterans Day Symphony Concert, and again, right out in front of the City Hall, and concerts are great out there, but when you're playing patriotic music and honoring veterans, it was really a special, special night. 'Twas the lights before Christmas. We all got to get on the bus and go judging this year. We received a proposal of letter from the Temecula Little League. Commissioner Sizemore has toured other skate parks to research, observe, and collect feedback and attend skate jam to engage with neighborhood drop-in. And that's one of the things that is making this commission so special. We have a very special chair and Chair Sizemore who really does a great job of listening to the community and then get out and doing things about it. So, about my mission. It's really about safe and it's about health. And so to continue to focus on active transportation infrastructure as it relates to a viable mobility network, really about connecting trails and access to an entire network in the town. And then to clarify how active transportation, walking, biking, mobility chairs, should be included in all traffic circulation solutions. And then finally, build arts and culture into a seamless part of our community. And I think just really getting, you see the mural up there, but to just really everywhere you go to see art, to see music, to see culture in our community. And really like to see that get accelerated this year. Thank you. Oh. We have somebody who is absent tonight, and it's our pleasure to introduce our most recently appointed commissioner, Dr. Yuan Hawks. She apologizes for being unable to attend tonight in person, but she is watching from Joshua Tree with her family. Commissioner Hawks is actively serving our community through her personal mission to help families thrive through quality community service programs. She has clearly articulated her goals as a community service commissioner to actively participate in community services programs, to provide feedback, to help to improve access and increase community participation while ensuring and maintaining high-quality programming. And we're just really excited to have Commissioner Hawks join our team with her and just energy and, as you guys have seen in her presentations, and her skills.
I'd like to take a moment first to point out this beautiful award on the right side of the slide. Our Community Services Commission or Community Services Department recently received this award for this prize-winning arts map that they did. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners for honoring my email requesting that they wear their ties. I know that's a big deal for a lot of men. And thank you guys for wearing your ties. We wanted to honor our Community Services Department by wearing these beautiful pieces of art that represent the map. That is the beautiful map of all the artwork that we have in our community. As we look towards 2022, I'd like to say that Temecula creates community through people, parks, and programs. A wise man told me that once. And we do that through our multi-award-winning recreational and cultural programs, our community and human services, our special events and activities which enhance Temecula's exceptional quality of life for all residents while prioritizing health, safety, and well-being above all. As we look towards 2022, our top priorities for our commission is first and foremost to implement Temecula's Community Services Master Plan as the comprehensive, long-term strategic plan guiding the city through continued high-quality public service for Temecula now and into the next generation. We want to make sure that we ensure that community services offerings provide something for every member of our community, from infancy to your young adult years, all the way to your golden years. We want to support inclusive programming and classes. It's our goal to advance connectivity of our public trail system and to complete the trail system to loop completely around the city of Temecula. We'd also like to promote the inclusion of more art in public spaces while offering our commission's wholehearted support in the development of a future performing and cultural arts center in Temecula.
A lot of the priorities from 2021 were successfully achieved, if not all, and I'm going to highlight some of those here. TCSD presented safe and responsible reopenings and resumption of special events, programming, classes, and performances in 2021. As resources allowed, TCSD staffing levels were restored to support reopenings. Continued the implementation of Community Services Master Plan recommendations, including programs and renovations at parks and facilities. Launched a robust public art program and creative municipal marketing campaigns. Also reimagined and innovated the community services post-pandemic. Thank you.
Fun fact for you. The average years of Temecula residency for our commission is 23 and a half years. That's nearly one full generation. And I know that because my daughter's 22, so she's one full generation grown up in this city. We all have deep roots, and we are all committed to expanding opportunities to advance the solid foundation set by those who preceded to lay the groundwork for following generations to build upon and benefit from. As we exit the pandemic era, we are excited to see our community services offerings return to traditional schedules, with Rod Run and egg hunts in the spring, Independence Day celebrations in the summer, and week-long summer camps. 2022 is going to be another great year to live in the city of Temecula. On behalf of my caring, capable, and committed community service commissioners, we humbly thank the City Council, the city staff, and our wonderful residents for the privilege and the opportunity to serve all of Temecula. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Anyone? All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much. And last but certainly not least, our wonderful Planning Commission. Come on down.
Good evening. Different to stand down here and address everybody. I'd like to bring you up to date on the Planning Commission and our activities. If you could go back, please. Yeah, these are the members of the Planning Commission, and I will let them introduce themselves as they give their parts of the presentation today. I just wanted to read once again for our public of what the Planning Commission does. Everybody knows there's a Planning Commission, but what do they do? The Planning Commission serves as the designated statutory planning agency for the City of Temecula, receives and makes recommendations on topics related to subdivisions, specific plans, zone changes, plot plans, and conducts legally required public hearings. So you folks, when you see new buildings or new developments going on in the city, you can trust that it came before the Planning Commission, and we either approved it or made changes. And if people didn't like it, they always have the ability to appeal those decisions to the City Council. So we're pretty active, and we deal with a lot of issues, planning issues that never reach the council. So that's our role, and we take it very seriously. And I can say that the commission has been blessed to have some really distinguished people over the years. And we lost 2 people earlier last year. Could you go to the next slide, please? And we picked up 2 new ones. But the people we've lost were a lot of years of experience. And so now we've got a commission that's relatively new. We have 1 member that's been here a long time, and the rest of us are still kind of learning. So I just wanted to say that we take it very seriously. When people drive through the city of Temecula and they see what we've done, the city has done with buildings and housing and everything else, you can thank the Planning Commission for making sure that the quality of those developments was top-notch and met Temecula's high standard. And so we take that seriously. We view every project that comes before us with that in mind, and we will try to uphold what has been established over the course of 30 years in this city and keep it going into the future. So with that, we have two new commissioners. To my right, Commissioner Hagel, who came from the Public Safety Traffic Commission, and Commissioner Ruiz, who came from the Community Service Commission. We like to say they graduated to the Planning Commission. So next slide, please. During 2021, the Planning Commission reviewed and commented on a presentation on the city's program to update the Quality of Life Master Plan. And I will take a minute at the end of the presentation to make a comment on that. Next slide, please. We also reviewed the General Plan Consistency Review for the fiscal years 22-26 Capital Improvement Program and made sure that it was in compliance with our general plan, which is a requirement in the law for the Planning Commission to do. So we did that. Next slide, please. We did an amendment to Title 17 of the Municipal Code to revise the multifamily definition and to establish objective design standards that will apply to housing developments and mixed-use housing projects that pursuant to state law require ministerial approval. That is a whole lot of bureaucratic language there, and I will just say that the Planning Commission, in conjunction with staff, has developed standards that are extremely high, and I think that the quality that we see in Temecula will continue to be maintained through adoption of these standards, and they are really guided and influenced by legislation that's passed in Sacramento, as the council well knows, and it's something that we're constantly trying to make sure that we deal with proactively and properly to ensure that the city of Temecula is on board and moving in the right direction in those matters. Next slide, please. We also approved amendments to Titles 15 and 17 of the Municipal Code that would comply with state law changes. Once again, here we go with state law changes to large family daycare homes, clarify the standards for senior housing, transitional housing, supportive housing, emergency shelters, trash enclosures, yes, trash enclosures we've dealt with, self-storage and mini warehouse facilities, and for projects using the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone. We also have clarified where and what color artificial turf can be installed. We've established standards and requirements for dedications and improvements to developments without a subdivision, and we've updated how development impact fees can be used. Next slide, please. We also had an amendment to the fiscal year 21-25 capital improvement program to add the Mary Phillips Senior Center Emergency Generator Project. Next slide, please. And I will be back.
Hi. Are we just such a great commission? We are. So fun. Maybe not that fun, but we do a lot. And I want to introduce myself. I'm Lene Turley Trejo, and I guess I've been on this commission longer than, well, no, sorry, John's been on a long time, and he wasn't able to be here tonight, but I'm in my third term, and when I started, I knew absolutely nothing about planning. And actually, Luke told me recently that that actually was maybe a good thing. So you kind of have a different perspective coming in, and you're, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm a mom, and I care about the city, and I love this city. And I think for anybody on a commission, loving this city is the most important reason to be serving on the commission and being willing to give of your time and service. So I feel honored to be on this commission. And a couple of things that aren't on the slides that, you know, I kind of like to do things a little different. First of all, I want to thank Luke and our staff. I've gotten to know Luke very well, and I'm so grateful to have him as our leader and also as a deputy city manager. And anyway, I kind of have been through a couple of, you don't even have your title there anymore, a couple of, what do I want to say? Community development directors. And so I've seen kind of that transition, and And when Luke was put in, it was like, he's kind of young. He's kind of a young guy, but he has shown what he can do. And I mean, I knew him in high school, so it's kind of weird, but you know, I tell him I'm still his boss. So anyway, he's a great guy, and we have some of our staff here tonight, but wonderful staff that helps us when, especially me, I have lots of questions, and I'm kind of considered the color girl. So if you don't like the colors in Temecula, you need to talk to me, because I'm all about the colors and what it looks like in this city. And I appreciate them putting together material boards for me. I don't know that the other guys care, but I care about the colors. So with that, oh, the other thing I wanted to share, and this is a thank you to Zach, to encourage having the budget discussion happen at these commission levels. I love that. And we've been able, this is the second year, I think, that we've been able to give input on that. And what a great idea to be able to actually give input on what we're responsible for and what could be maybe done or, you know, added a little bit more in different areas. So that's been a great improvement. So thank you, Zach, for that. Okay, slide, right. All right, so this used to be Marie Callender's. Wow, this is a new Marie Callender, it's kind of fun. And so we approved this permit, the conditional use permit here for the ABC Type 47 license. So that will be happening on the corner of Inez and Rancho Cal. So that will be kind of a new thing, especially for people who've lived here a long time. That's going to look new. So we're excited about that. Next. Thank you. And then we've heard a lot about Somers Bend, which to me is Roypaw. And that's what we knew it for so long. And so excited to actually have something being built here. It's been, and if Ron Garrio were here, he'd be talking about that. Was here when it first probably was brought to the commission years and years ago. So we're excited about this product. And already there's homes out there if you haven't been out there, and there's a beautiful sports ranch, which I know Gary's gonna talk about, but I was able to be there for the opening of that, or the dedication of that. And that's gonna be an incredible addition to our city to have that sports park. Next. And then we approved, this is more of Somers Bend, approving 47 units in these areas, and liking the colors, kind of neutral, nothing too crazy, and I think it'll look nice, and it's already looking nice. Next. Okay, so we have been approving a lot of industrial buildings, which apparently is kind of cool. And so I'm a little worried about colors here too. I've been working on the colors. So I know we might not care about industrial buildings, but we can see them on the hill. So this is a nice color. We like this. And so this is one on Avenida Alvarado, 33,000 square foot building. So we're happy to have that. Voting on that. Next. And here's another one, nice color. Again, liking this color. And this is another 23,000 square foot building. So it's another one in the same area. Thank you. Next slide. Another one, another nice color. And next slide. All right. Just try to be as exciting as I was.
Good evening. Our first meeting, I knew that Adam and I received a promotion when Chairperson Watts decided the very first thing we should do is split up all the subcommittees' assignments, and I think there was 17 subcommittees. So we started off each getting a share of like 5 or 6 subcommittees. So we knew we had some hard work ahead of us. First slide, please. So it's exciting. We've got a new development that is starting. It's in Harveston, but not really in Harveston. It's on Inez, south of the car dealers there. And you can't really see much what's going on there because it's all fenced in, which is a good thing, keeps the noise down and everything. But I'm excited that there is a 321 single-unit family homes there. And that's on the corner of Date, which eventually is going to go all the way through to Myriad Hot Springs Road and eventually connect to the Interstate 15 there. Slide, please. So Somers Bend has been mentioned. We have approved planning area 2829, 374 homes. And this is really great because it is townhomes, motor court duplexes, three-pack bungalows, and homes for a lot of our residents who perhaps can't afford another type of home. And it gives something pretty much for everybody. Another thing that we are excited about in Somers Bend is there is a lot of single-story residences there, and something that I know is in great demand and is often missing from properties that are for sale in Temecula. Slide, please. This is 115 units. 17A, Somers Bend, and you can see the elevations there, beautiful homes. Slide, please. And another 29 in 20A. Slide, please. So we've got a number of different buildings going on on Avenida Alvarado, Mountain View Industrial Buildings, and although that color is nice on that one, it's okay. What really excites me is these mean local jobs for our residents. Takes cars off the freeway, lots and lots of jobs. There is a number of buildings that are going to be built there, and I think they'll probably be filled fairly quickly given what's going on out there. So that's very exciting, and I think that's something that's very important for our general plan, is to provide local jobs. So, next slide. And another building, a 19,000 or almost 20,000 square foot building there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Ruiz. Thank you to the Community Service Commission for the shout out there and the opportunity to present to you guys tonight. The only thing that might be missing here for next year is if we can get maybe like a fog machine in the back, and then our name gets announced and we can run all the way down. I think that'd be awesome for us. It's definitely been busy for us. You know, I mean, we came in August, and I think we were told up front, yeah, this is a busy commission. We're going to get right to work, and I've really enjoyed that opportunity so far. Been a very welcome group here as well, so I appreciate that. We can go to the next slide, please. These are more industrial buildings. I'm not going to really read everything off the slide for you guys. We'll just kind of highlight the size of these as well. Part of the benefit of going toward the end of the presentation is a lot of the highlights have been made. The industrial need for our community, I think, is really big, so it's exciting to see some more of these plans coming forward. As you can see here, this is almost a 38,000 square foot building, the corner of Winchester and Remington Avenue. Next slide, please. Going back to Somers Bend, you've heard a lot about Somers Bend. I think it's kind of funny that all of the pictures there of the map show dirt, because if you've been over there, it does not look anything like that anymore. If anyone has not been over there yet, please go take a look. It's a beautiful, beautiful area in addition to the city, and we've been very busy looking at a lot of the different elevations, colors, designs for the homes, and as Commissioner Hagel pointed out, it was definitely nice to see that single family, was incorporated into that. There's a lot of two-story homes in the area, but the single family is still something that's very desired by the community and that's been addressed within this plan here as well. Next slide, please. This is 38 additional units there in Somers Bend. And we'll go on to the next slide. I think we've got a couple more of the industrial buildings on Avenida Alvarado. These are not duplicates of what you've seen earlier. I know that address keeps getting thrown up and the sketch looks similar, but these are all individual industrial buildings that are going in that area. So it's going to be a very nice expansion for us. 19,000 square foot here. And then I believe we've got one more, just over 17,500 square foot here as well. So we continue to remain busy. I enjoy it. I appreciate the opportunity. And thank you for letting us present here this evening.
Okay, next slide, please. The sports ranch at Summers Bend is now completed, so you can see how beautiful that is. Just had that grand opening just recently. Next slide, please. Summers Place Recreation Center. Look at that. That is fantastic. Next slide, please. Same thing, Summers Place Recreation Center, different view, different facilities. Next slide. And these are some of the homes. And I suppose by now you've picked up on the fact that we have a little inside joke with the color of things on our commission, but Lene keeps us on the straight and narrow and makes sure that we choose the appropriate combinations. Next slide, please. Some more homes. Next slide. And before I open all of us up for questions, I just have a couple of comments to make. As Commissioner Turley-Trejo said, Commissioner Telesio couldn't be with us tonight, so we know he's watching at home. Thank you, John, for everything that you've done for us on the commission, and not only now, but in the past as well. We miss you, so thank you for your work. I just wanted to compliment the council also on your selection of commissioners. The 2 new commissioners you put on our commission jumped right in. They have really brought a different viewpoint to us, and they are full of questions. So our meetings are a little longer than they have been in the past. We don't mind, though. They are really bringing a different perspective, and I really appreciate that added value to the commission and our decisions. I also want to shout out to our representative on the Quality of Life Committee, Lene Turley-Trejo. She reports back to us, and she's doing all the heavy lifting. And I just personally wanted to thank her for spending so much time with that and taking it seriously and contributing to its success. And then a final closing thank you. I just want to, I told her to remind me with a finger and I forgot about it. Probably a different one. Our meetings are the first and third Wednesday of the month, unless they're canceled, but we meet pretty regularly at the first and third Wednesdays. So anybody out there in the public that you want to come and watch an enjoyable commissioner meeting, we will provide it for you. First and third Wednesdays. Okay, and then the final thing I wanted to say that in my previous life as a park ranger, I worked with a lot of planning people in Riverside County, Orange County, the state, the Riverside County people itself, and the cities, La Quinta, you name it. And I have to tell you, there are cities that have fantastic planning departments. There are cities that don't have fantastic planning departments. We are in the top of the list, I'll tell you that right now. The staff under Luke Watson and the rest of the staff, there's too many to name, are fantastic. Thank you, Luke. Thank the staff for all of us. We are very dependent on you, and we appreciate your patience with us and your experience and guiding us through these processes. So with that, I will open it up for any questions you may have of me or the rest of my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Well, good work, all. Lene, I remember when you were the new person on the commission, and now you're the tenured folks. That's incredible. You've done an amazing job. I look forward to seeing the 2 new folks work hard on the commission, and Gary, thanks for everything you guys have done. And John, if you're watching, we love you, and look forward to seeing you here back soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. All right, moving on to public comments, non-agenda items. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, we do have 1 public comment on a non-agenda item and 1 public comment on consent calendar item number 6. So we do not need to read the rules as they are written in the agenda. So with that, I'll go ahead and call up Rick Reese, who will speak on a non-agendized item, and then David. I'm sorry, David, I can't read your last. Okay, great. And then you'll be following Rick Reese.
Evening, Rick.
Good evening, City Council. This is just going to be kind of a potpourri here. Regarding Agenda Item 18, considering the extension of the interim urgency ordinance in accordance with SB 9. This is just a little thought experiment. If the governor were to enact a law or decree that he's going to kick Temecula's butt, is Temecula then obliged to turn around and bend over for him? I don't think so. I think not. Please do not vote to provide the governor and legislature political cover for their power grab by taking away local control from cities and local jurisdictions. You'll just be feeding the monster. Regarding item 22, considering term limits for city council members, this is a worthy endeavor and you should pursue it and enact it if you can at the city council level. This will help show the people of Temecula that you're not overly grabbing at power or anything. In 2010, I was a proponent and a co-sponsor of a similar initiative in Murrieta. That initiative there allowed for an election cycle break, you can call it a cooling off period, so that the prior council members could come back after waiting out an election cycle and run again. The city council, if enacting this on its own volition, would be a magnanimous gesture to the people of Temecula. Some in the media are calling Joe Biden a wartime president. After Biden's sloppy and disastrously fatal retreat from Afghanistan, the thought of Biden as a wartime president spells real danger for America, yet right now, America is in fact not at war with any nation. This looks like a lame attempt to make the unpopular Biden look more presidential, perhaps more like FDR. Neither America nor NATO is at war with Russia, nor with any other foreign power. Meanwhile, we continue to have absolute chaos at our southern border. While the Biden administration, Congress, NATO, and the mainstream media obsess over Ukraine's borders, nobody seems to care about America's borders. Ukraine is invaded by Russians, while America is invaded by everyone else, it seems. Will NATO come to our aid and stop this invasion? Deadly fentanyl, courtesy of communist China, and the cartels continues to plague our country with thousands upon thousands of poisonings and deaths. Human trafficking, sex slavery, and child abuse continue thriving through Biden's open borders. Interstate 15 is a main transportation artery that goes from the Mexican border all the way to Alberta, Canada. I-15 is used to illegally transport much of the fentanyl, dangerous drugs, crime, and human cargo that comes right here through Temecula, affecting our quality of life. Where does our City Council, local Chamber of Commerce stand on illegally imported human trafficking, fentanyl, violence, and crime? Lastly, Joe Biden is a royal pain in the gas. His economic, energy, and national security policies are driving America into stagflation that hasn't been seen since the 1970s. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And then we have one public speaker on item number 6. David?
Good to see you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager, City staff. Item 6 on your consent calendar is to approve a sponsorship with Veterans Strong. And I am the founder of Veterans Strong, so I thought it was important to tell you all what exactly we do. So I'm a retired Marine Sergeant Major, did 30 years in the Marine Corps, and I can tell you as a Sergeant Major, when I walk in a room, people stand up, right? When you walk in as a civilian, they ask you to make coffee. So it was a little bit of a transition for me that I didn't do well with. So I did start a company in 2006, and I do loss control services across the United States, and I've been very blessed with what we do. 100% of my corporate staff, to include all my employees, are all former military. And I say that so that I can be politically correct, but we're all Marines. We have one sailor, and that makes me an equal opportunity employer, so I go with that. But what I found out real quickly is that I appreciated the military mentality of mission first and safety always. So I started a nonprofit, and that was Veterans Strong, and that was to train transitioning military on the day that they separate to have a viable employment, and we call it the $100,000 Club, because if you live in Southern California and you don't at least make $100,000, you're probably not going to be able to raise a family very well, even in our community. So Veterans Strong is to train transitioning military, and in the profession that I have been in now for the last, well, since I retired in 2007, is a safety professional and providing loss control services for all gambits and for all industries across the way. So Erica Russo is a breath of fresh air for someone like me who approached me, my organization, and asked, what can we do in our community to better serve our military community that lives here? You know, Camp Pendleton's the busiest installation in the entire Department of Defense. So that means between air, ground, and sea, we do a lot on that base. Daytime population is about 140,000 people. We have the Navy down south, we have the Air Force up north, and between our reserve forces that live in this community, it's a great place to be. And so this opportunity to train them and using your facility is just that, to give these young men and women opportunities that they would not have normally had. And so me and my staff, we train to a 10-hour OSHA class, which is what we'd be doing in your facility. And then from that class, depending on how many we train and teach, we can go into a 30-hour training session, internships to do, you know, what I do as far as the safety profession, and then hopefully get that $100,000 club where they can go out and have gainful, meaningful employment to support themselves and their family. So I thought it was important to tell you what you're going to be is on your consent calendar for number 6 and what you're hoping to approve, and that's it. And if you say no, well, then you and I are going to talk. I'm just So with that said, do you have any questions for me? I'm all about it. Mr. Mayor?
We're good. Thank you so
Council?
much.
Don't be scared. Come on. Somebody's got to have a question because Sergeant Major ain't going to leave till somebody does. So, Mary Ann?
I'll ask you one.
There you go.
Do you still have the chopped truck?
Do I have a chopped? I have a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport with a 454, so I went from the truck to a bigger hot rod.
Okay.
So if you want to race, Stu, where you at with your El Camino? We're neighbors anyway, so. All right, well, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Have a good night. All right, let's move on to city council reports. Who would like to go first this evening? Jessica?
I think I have a couple slides. There was a couple of good things this last week, 2 weeks. So anyways, first I just want to say thank you so much to Centerpoint Church. We had a weekend where they came out. They had 4 hours in 2 different areas. They did Nicholas Road Park. They cleaned, actually we ended up painting the fence that day. So I went out and we painted the fence together, cleaned it up. We had several kids out there. We had adults. It was just a great time. And then they also went out, if you could, the next slide, to, oh wait, we don't have any, for the creek area, for the trail, but they went out and they picked up that area for us as well. So I just want to thank them for heading out and just coming into our area. They're coming from Marietta, and they crossed over lines. That's actually my son in the back there holding up that paint roll brush. Just to be able to come out and just even serve in our community as well. So I just encourage us to be able to, you know, really continue to go out with Marietta and be those sister cities to keep working together to, you know, work in our communities together. So I encourage everybody to do that. The next one, please. The next one also, I'd like to say we had approximately 100 churches right now in our city. And we've always been known as the Bible Belt here in the Valley and also here in Temecula. And so I'd just like to welcome another groundbreaking church that just came in here, the 412 Church of Temecula Valley Church. They just came out, and so they're going to be over at Jefferson, and they will be fully operational. They're hoping Christmas Day, so that's going to be that one. And the last one I don't have any slides for, but I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department and Captain Hall for allowing me to the opportunity to connect with their trafficking committee over there, their unit, that I was able to have a wonderful presentation. It was about a 2.5 hour presentation just to have a deeper understanding of what our valley has been going through over the last several years with trafficking. And I am going to be heading out with them, hopefully on a ride along on some stings in the next month or 2. And so I'm encouraged to be able to bring back some information and hopefully be able to connect further and deeper with our Sheriff's Department to bring even more education, not only here to our City Council, but also to the rest of our city and valley. So thank you very much to the Sheriff's Department for that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schwenk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A couple quick slides. So this Friday, I'm partnering with Bike Temecula Valley. I'm a huge proponent of our Adopt a Park program. So I encourage everyone to get engaged and get involved in that. We'll be out along the Santa Gertrudis Creek Trail cleanup. We'll be doing some weed abatement along that section of the creek path. There may be donuts available if you're interested. Swing on by. We'll have tools and gloves and whatnot for everyone to help beautify our city. If you'd like more information on that, you can see the website and
or you can email adoptapark@temeculaca.gov to adopt your own park or trail. And then the second slide is I had the honor of attending the Santa Rosa Plateau, the pavilion reopening. As you know, many of you know, the Tanaha fire in 2019 destroyed this pavilion and much of the preserve. It was a wonderful event to see so many community members that contributed financially to rebuild this. There's another slide as well. I'll skip to that. There we go. So you can see the new pavilion there. And this young boy was allowed to cut the ribbon on behalf of all third graders. That is my son. Because they do an education program for third grade. And they haven't done it in a couple of years. And so Ginger was really gracious to invite Owen up and let him cut that ribbon on behalf of all those kids. And everyone that was there was provided an Edelman oak, which is an endangered oak that's out there. We have these at our house. We've potted them in 1 gallons. We're going to be growing them for a while, and then we'll be donating them to the city. They were definitely too large for our backyard, so I know we'll find a nice place for it. I want to encourage everyone to get up there. The entire preserve is not fully open. Sylvan Meadows is open. Some sections are closed there. The vernal pools, although I don't believe there's any more water in the pools right now, and the trail to the adobes. They're really just trying to encourage everyone to come back up and enjoy everything that wonderful space has to offer for our community. So if you'd like to go hike, take your family out there and enjoy a little bit of nature. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Stu.
All right, as everybody knows, I'm a firm proponent of the Rod Run, and I have a sneak peek on the video that's going to be the promotional video for the Rod Run this year. Take it away.
Hey everybody, this is Stu, your Temecula City Councilman. Come check out my rides. All right, so anybody who knows me, I'm a car nut. And so when I was 16 years old, I bought a 69 El Camino, ironically, dark blue, just like this. And I had it for about 2 years. It was my favorite car in the whole wide world. So when I got older, I was looking for that childhood memory, and this be it. It's got a 383 stroker, and it is amazing. Boys like this way more than this one. This one's my everyday, all-day vehicle that I can drive this anywhere, and people stop and wave and give me thumbs up. And so this one is the one that kind of purrs down, sounds really good. Everybody likes my 51 Willys Jeepster. This I picked up about 18 years ago. It actually, after I bought it, I had about 2 years, a movie company called me and wanted to use this in a movie. So I leased it to a movie, and they did some upgrades to it, which I was very thankful for. But this is probably the favorite of everybody in our family. So we've taken a lot of family cruises into Old Town. A lot of people have used this in their weddings to actually leave the chapel in. So this is probably our all-around, and literally is a member of our family. I don't ever see ever selling this car, just for that reason. There's too many family memories attached to it. So this is my 51 Willys. It is a joy. Hey Temecula, thanks for coming by. Don't forget to come to the Rod Run April 29th and 30th.
Right? And so this year too, we're going to be adding what we're going to call, I don't know exactly what we're going to call it, but we're going to have a section where you can really rev your motors and make them sound as loud as possible. So that should be fun. That's something all of us who have cool cars, we want to do. So I've got community services working on that right now. So hopefully we can have some fun on Friday night.
Wonderful. Thanks, Stu.
I have something.
Yes.
We're doing something a little bit different at our house in celebration of our park systems. We're having what we call the sod run. It has to do with grass, and you can get pictures. I'll have my movie out pretty soon of me pulling weeds and, putting up new sod in the yard. But we're really, really excited, and, our parks, community services department with all the parks just can't wait to have it finished. Just remember the sod run, a date to be determined. So on March 11th, we had a surprise party here at City Hall. We hosted Jerry Burdick Rutz and the Great Oak High School Marching Band, and they are amazing. This band has been honored throughout the world for its talent and its marching skills. And we were to have a surprise visitor, and I did not know who it was. So we were getting on with the program, and all of a sudden, two gentlemen walked up, and one was an old friend that had been here before, and we were hosting the Lord Mayor of London. And the Lord Mayor of London is the Mayor of London, and his district happens to be the Westminster District, which has Buckingham Palace and 10 Downing Street and all of those cool attractions. And he was the youngest Lord Mayor of London, and he brought with him Bob, and they were inviting Great Oak High School again to travel to Europe, and this time to participate in Rome, in the New Year's Day celebration in Rome. They've already done Paris, which they did before COVID. They've done London, and Rome is coming up next. So if you know anybody, kids at Great Oak High School or musicians, or if you know Jerry Burdick Rutz, congratulate them, because it's a real accomplishment to have been invited to come to Europe for that many times. And they will actually, they actually marched for the Queen. They played for the Queen of England when they were there. France was the same way, so they're excited to be going to Rome. So congratulations, Great Oak High School, and have a great time.
All right, thank you. All right, I have one quick slide to bring up, and that is this year is all about Temecula Safe, and pretty much every third Saturday of the month, we will be gathering at different coffee shops around town. This last weekend, we were at the Starbucks at the Promenade, and we'll be talking about some issue related to safety in the city of Temecula. This last weekend, we were chatting about the I-15 freeway, one of my favorite subjects, and everybody else there as well. And then somehow or other, I ended up taking a picture with the Easter Bunny. I don't know. Caught me off guard there, but happy to oblige. Look forward to seeing you. The next one is April 16th at East Coffee on Margarita Road. During that next meeting, we'll be talking about homelessness and our programs here in the city. So I hope to see you all there and at future events. All right, so moving on, we have consent calendar. Let's go ahead and go through those items. Item number 1 is waive the reading of standard ordinances and resolutions. Item number 2, approve action minutes of March 8, 2022. 3, approve the list of demands. 4, approve city treasurer's report for September 30, 2021. Number 5, adopt ordinance 2022-04, adjusting the boundaries of council districts based on the 2020 census and amending municipal code section 2.08.015, second reading. Item number 6, approve sponsorship agreement with Veteran Strong for facility use at the Temecula Conference Center. Item number 7, approve sponsorship and economic development funding agreement with the Temecula Valley Balloon and Wine Festival Association for the Temecula Valley Balloon and Wine Festival at the request of subcommittee members Edwards and Stewart. Item number 8, receive and file general plan and housing element annual progress report for period January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. Item number 9, approve agreement for consultant services with Ascent Environmental for the preparation of subsequent environmental impact report for the Temecula Valley Hospital Master Plan Update PA 22-0105. Item number 10, approve agreement with Bioclean Environmental Services, Inc. for the purchase and installation of inlet filters. Item number 11, purchase or authorize the purchase of a Bobcat skid steer loader for the Public Works Street Maintenance Division, and I understand Stu and I are going to get to test drive that. Item number 12, adopt resolution to approve the Clean California Maintenance Agreement with State of California and Department of Transportation. Item number 13, approve plans and specifications and authorize solicitation of construction bid for sidewalks DLR Drive Project PW 1918. And item number 14, accept improvements and file notice of completion for citywide slurry seal program fiscal year 2021-22 PW 21-01. Item number 15, accept improvements and file notice of completion for Sam Hicks Monument Park perimeter fencing PW 20-12. Item 16, accept improvements and file notice of completion for infill mini pump track at Long Canyon Creek Park, PW 21-05.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, and we have motion and a second. As we're getting ready to vote, I was hoping that our Public Works Director might just give us a quick update on item 12, please, just so everybody understands what a remarkable opportunity this is for us.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor. So the item you mentioned is an agreement called the Clean California Maintenance Agreement between the City of Temecula and Caltrans. And what that agreement will allow is for the city to actually provide litter pickup service along the I-15 corridor and be reimbursed by Caltrans from the state. So we're happy to oblige and provide that service and then be reimbursed for the next 2 years. We'll be providing that service and being reimbursed for the costs.
And I think part of that is we've had conversations with our Mayor Murrieta and others about the remarkable amounts of trash that started to appear along the freeways.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a great opportunity for us to take a bit of a more leadership role in making sure that our city reflects our standards. So thank you so much for taking the lead on that. All right, and it looks like all of that passed 5-0 while we weren't paying attention. So great. Moving on, let's go ahead and move on to the Community Services District meeting. Stu.
All right, so I'll call to order the Temecula Community Services District. Madam Secretary, please note we're all still here. Were there any public comments? None. So we only have consent item number 17, approved action minutes of March 8th, 2022.
Move approval.
It's been moved in second. Please vote. All right, that passes 5-0. Director's report.
Yes, indeed. First, I'd like to call up Mike Wooten and his team to give us an overview of the most recent accomplishments of the homeless outreach team.
Thank you, Director Russo. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm Mike Wooten. I'm joined by Mark Martinez and Patrice Brown, and also Tori Buckle from SWAG. And so Mark and Patrice will be providing the homeless stats and updates for February, but before they do, I wanted to update you on the agreement with SWAG. So back in January of 2021, the city brought SWAG back for 3 months, really on a trial basis to jumpstart our street outreach services, which we immediately realized the impact that they have, and after a couple months extended that agreement for an additional year. So over the past 14 months, SWAG has been instrumental in the city's success in decreasing homelessness, as evidenced by the 104 total street exits we've had since they rejoined our team. So their existing agreement expires next month, so at next month's council meeting on April 12th, there will be a new agreement on the agenda for your consideration. This agreement will be a continuation of SWAG's existing services, which our team feels is extremely important to the city's goal of permanently reducing the impacts of homelessness, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that at the end of our report, and with that, I'll let Mark provide the stats for February.
All right, thank you, Mike. Our team has 6 street exits for the month of February, with a total with 11 street exits for the year. 10 illegal encampments were removed throughout the city. The city provided 2 clients with financial assistance through CDBG funding. City staff, SWAG, and HOT team will continue to provide outreach and assist our homeless clients. And now it's Patrice Brown to discuss some success stories from the month of February. Thank you.
Success story. A Temecula male came to the help center the first week of January as he was not allowed to stay with family anymore and found himself homeless. He was able to stay at the Project Touch winter shelter while he was reaching out to family out of state for a place to live. His aunt in Virginia agreed to accept him into her home. On Tuesday, February 15th, homeless outreach staff purchased a Greyhound bus ticket and packed him snacks, drinks, a hygiene kit, and a food gift card that was donated to the help center for his trip. Project Touch's winter shelter. Winter shelter at the Roadway Inn closed due to low demand on February 27th. Project Touch offered 2 clients temporary housing, and one of the clients staying at the shelter was hired at a local apartment complex and was able to move back home with his parents. Riverside County's point in time count. We participated in the annual point in time count from approximately 5:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, February 23rd. Conducting the count was city staff, the Sheriff's Department hot team, SWAG, and 13 volunteers. While official count numbers are still pending, the preliminary outcome was favorable, and we look forward to those numbers being released in the near future. That concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Any questions? Ms. Alexander.
So first off, I just, again, always want to say thank you for what you do. I know several of us have been out there with you guys, and it's no easy task. But you go out there and go above and beyond. So I just want to say, again, thank you for that. Let me ask you this. Why do you believe that your team has been so successful at what you do?
Thank you for that question.
Mm-hmm.
I think first off, I really love the team that we have. There's been some changes throughout even my time on this team. So over the years, we've had quite a bit of change, and even SWAG, there's been some changes throughout where they're constantly putting people in place that they feel are going to bring the most success to Temecula. So, the one thing I can say is, I hate to use the term aggressive, but we are constantly out in the field just interacting. We don't like sitting around the help center waiting for people to come to us. So we try to stay aggressive and on top of it as much as we can. And as President Stews mentioned in the past, we really know all the clients here. Some come and go, and there's constantly new ones that do come in that we try to reach out to as soon as we realize that they're here. So and that's another thing. We don't. If we find out about a new homeless client, a potential client in the area, we make an effort to find them, to introduce ourselves, provide the resources that are available. So I think just a lot of those combinations, and then the hot team is just instrumental. We couldn't do what we do without the hot team. Many times they're actually the first ones that bring new transients to our attention where we're going out and meeting with them. But going out to encampments, meeting people on the streets, offering them just constant resources, just almost inundating them with the amount of resources that we're trying to offer them. And then SWAG has just really been, I think, the biggest X factor for us. Their service and expertise is so much greater than ours, and we couldn't do what we do without them. So I think it's just, like I said, just a combination of the whole team. We all fit a role, and we've kind of meshed really well together. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your tremendous teamwork and all you guys do. Thank you for that.
I have one, Matt.
Ms. Edwards?
Well, thank you all. I'm so proud to be the author of Responsible Compassion, the homeless program, and it really was written on a napkin on a Saturday morning at Swing Inn. I think it's just common sense. People need help, but our residents need to be protected. So the first point is we offer compassion. The second one is we are very strong in our law enforcement piece, dealing with the homeless. And the third is education for our residents, to let them know that giving money really doesn't help. It really hurts by enabling them to live in filth, just one more night. So there are other ways to help. And we have certainly found it, and you guys have made the perfect team. When we started in 2014, we had over 100, I can't tell you how many exactly, but there are over 100 homeless individuals in Temecula. And we are on the flyway, I call it, between San Francisco and San Diego, and they are mobile and they move. And so Temecula is often a stop. And what number, so over 100 in 2014, and what number did we just come up with as a result of the last point in time count?
So we are still waiting on the official numbers. The county hasn't released those yet.
But-
We do, you can put me on the spot, aren't you?
Yeah. I know what it is, I think, but go ahead.
So we feel pretty confident that that number is going to come in at or possibly a little below 40. We feel so.
From over 100 down to 40. And, this is a never-ending cycle because the Bible tells us that the poor will always be with us. And so these individuals have a lot of issues. And, of course, SWAG and you guys have been instrumental in helping them, find help for those issues. And really, that can be the first step for getting them out of homelessness. It's just been wonderful. So we'll wait for the numbers to come out, but I'm really so pleased, and with support from the council, this will continue with our full-time officers that, work on the homeless issues. Thank you very, very much. It's really, really making a difference.
Okay, Mike, one more question, because I know people are going to listen to the 100 street exits, and they're going to say, what is that? Because they're going to say, well, yeah, they're all back, So kind of read into that a little bit and tell us, when they exit, where do they go, and how many have you seen? Because you count the returns, because like I said, you know everybody, so you can count the ones that come back on the street. So kind of talk about that for a second.
Sure, absolutely. So unfortunately, a lot of times people aren't successful going through treatment their first couple times. It can take many efforts. So when we do have a return to street, it's usually somebody that wasn't able to complete their treatment cycle. And so this year we have had one return to the street. I believe, I'm sorry, I don't have that number for last year. I think we were right around 6 for the year that returned. So the recidivism is actually pretty low, but it does happen, unfortunately. And so where do we send them? We rely on the county for housing vouchers. So a lot of them will be spread throughout the county. A lot of it is sending them home to family, and we've sent people, clear across the state, so, and everywhere in between. So, and that is one thing I'd like to point out is, there's always rumors about different cities putting people on buses and things, and we do not do that. We provide transportation, but we will always verify that they have someone to accept them there, because we don't want to turn our problem into somebody else's problem. We want to make sure that they're getting the help that they need, so, yeah.
Okay, good.
One more issue, Matt. So just clarify that none of these services are provided at the expense of Temecula taxpayers. And so, what are the resources for the services?
Tori, would you mind?
Yeah.
So, the only really resources that are provided by the taxpayers of Temecula is your staffing, really. Everything else, whether it's CDBG funding, which comes from the federal government, county resources, state resources, federal funding. That's really where the funding comes from for these. So no, Temecula taxpayers are not paying for the housing, paying for the treatment. It truly does come from outside the area. So
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Mike. Thank you, guys. And SWAG's going to do a presentation, the next one, when they're on their agenda, correct?
They will be here for that.
Yes, because that would be great if we had a bigger explanation of exactly what SWAG does. Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have a general manager's report?
Actually, sorry, we do have one slide.
Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
a couple, no, that's
Okay.
okay, just a couple of events, if we can bring that up. So the gallery at the Merck Artist Reception featuring local artist Bryant and Barbara Nelson is scheduled for Friday, April 1st from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 5:30 to 8 p.m. This free public reception includes live music and refreshments, and while you're there, don't forget to stop by the lot on Main for art off the walls. For the entire evening, local artists will exhibit all styles and mediums of art. And then we have our special teen Nightlight egg hunt, and that's a wonderful after dark egg hunt we do that's designed with teens in mind. We give everybody glow sticks. They have a great time. The prizes are really exceptional. That will be at Kent Hindergart Memorial Park. There will be dancing and music starting at 8 p.m., and the egg hunt begins promptly at 8:30. Participants could walk away with a tub of jelly beans, a gift card, or even more. Every student in attendance will be eligible for community service hours needed for school. No registration is required. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, General Manager's report.
Nothing further, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Anything from the board? Negative? All right, then we will adjourn this meeting until the very next one.
All right, well, we are going to move from there to the public hearing for Temecula City Council. Item number 18 on tonight's public hearing is to conduct hearing to consider extension of an interim urgency ordinance of the City Council, City of Temecula, enacted pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, establishing emergency regulation related to urban lot splits and housing units built in accordance with Senate Bill 9, declaring urgency thereof and making determination of exemption under CEQA guidelines, Section 65852.21J and 15061B3. Good evening, Mr. Peters.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is the extension of the SB 9 interim urgency ordinance. Just a brief history on this. Just last month, February 22nd, the City Council approved an interim urgency ordinance related to urban lot splits and housing units built in accordance with Senate Bill 9. The vote was 5-0, and it went into effect immediately for 45 days and expires on April 8th. And I'm not going to give it tonight, but that comprehensive presentation on SB 9 and the interim urgency ordinance is available on the city's website, temeculaca.gov, and the YouTube channel. So if you want to learn more about SB 9, you can look that up under the February 22nd City Council meeting. On March 8th, the last City Council meeting, the City Council issued an alleviation report describing measures taken to alleviate the condition which led to the adoption of the ordinance. And some of those measures include further research on standards adopted by other cities, assessing the compatibility of proposed structures as a result of the SB 9 urban lot splits, trying to forecast the estimated number of new units, and then finally, and very importantly, trying to determine the adequacy of city infrastructure specific to sewer, water, gas, electrical, and roads, etc. And as far as the extension, staff is back here tonight. Staff is requesting an extension of the interim urgency ordinance for a period of 10 months and 15 days through and including February 21st, 2023. And put simply, we need extra time. It's necessary to thoroughly research and evaluate a permanent, non-urgency ordinance that updates and amends the municipal code. Our recommendation, extension of the interim urgency ordinance is exempt from CEQA per section 15061B3. The extension of the interim urgency ordinance is pursuant to the legal requirements contained in Government Code 65858. And finally, staff recommends adoption of the ordinance extending the interim ordinance, urgency ordinance 2022-03. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any questions?
Me.
Ms. Edwards?
Thank you, Matt. So just to be clear, because I think there was some misunderstanding if I understand the public comments that were made, whose ordinance is this? Is this the state's?
This is the city's ordinance.
This is a city ordinance that will protect us from the impacts of Title IX until we have adequate time to do research as outlined in this report.
That's exactly right.
So this has nothing to do with the state of California, other than that we're trying to maintain our own zoning rules and ordinances so that they can't take them away from us.
That's correct. SB 9 was passed. The city has the ability to include objective design standards, and that's what we're working through, and that's why we need additional time with the interim urgency ordinance.
So this will at least get us through for, months.
That's correct. We have the interim urgency ordinance, and we're going to be working on the final. We hope it doesn't take a year. We want to be back hopefully before February of next year, but that's what we'll be working on.
And hopefully we will be exempted from Title IX impacts. Okay, thank you. Just want to make that clear.
So quick question, one of the things that I know we spoke about last time as well is, and I think every one of us here on the council can agree on this, is the impacts that it's going to have in our city. Can you go into a little bit more detail on what that would possibly look like as far as if SB 9 does go through?
I do. I have some illustrations.
Oh, you're good.
I think I just want to make a quick comment if I can. SB 9 is in effect. It was adopted and went into effect at the beginning of this year. So the city will not be exempted from SB 9. We are subject to SB 9. SB 9 is a broad, sweeping, and dramatic change to single-family zoning in the city of Temecula. And what we're doing here tonight, and what we've done over the last month or so, the council has done with the urgency ordinance, is to give staff some time to develop standards to address some of the impacts of SB 9. SB 9 is still available to the community if they meet specific development standards that are outlined in SB 9. So I just wanted to make that point clear that it's the law of the land and the city is subject to SB 9.
Yeah. Thanks, Luke. So this is an illustration that was given back in February. SB 9 applies to all single-family zones within the city. Here's an air photo of a single-family home and the existing residence. SB 9 would allow the urban lot split, so you could divide the parcel in half. And then in addition to the lot split, which could be conveyed separately, there's the ability for the primary residence, which is number 1 on the slide, the ability to include an ADU or an accessory dwelling unit. And then on the second or the new parcel, there's also the ability to build 2 units or 2 duplexes. You could also do a primary dwelling unit and another ADU. But essentially, SB 9 allows for that urban lot split and then a max of 4 units as a result. And there's a lot more that goes with that, but that's a simple illustration.
And that's regardless of the size of the parcel? Well, I know there's a minimum, but...
Yeah, there's a minimum lot size, but if the property is zoned single-family, it's subject to SB 9.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, this is a public hearing, so let's go ahead and open that public hearing. And do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one public comment from Jessica Christopher.
Good evening.
I guess it's past my bedtime, so I'd say good night. I'm a local appraiser and a realtor. I have been living and working in this area for 20 years. I'm here to address that bill, that SB 9 and 10. They're both awful. These bills are big talk in the appraisal world. They have the potential to have a huge negative impact on the markets and our neighborhoods. I have seen the effects of the neighborhoods where owners don't live there, but they rent out each room in the house, causing the streets to be filled with cars. There is a housing area locally where there were so many of them that the people were actually, families were moving out, and the sale price was lower. I couldn't figure out why until I drove the streets, and I'm like, oh my God, now I get it. It's because there was no parking. This happened to the neighborhood where we live in, and it is why we moved. This gives some insight into what will happen if there is a fourplex next door. We have a lot of iBuyers out there, and many of them are purchasing only for investment. These large investment firms have the money to put these bills to use, significantly impacting our neighborhoods in a very negative way. Stu, I gotta tell you, you're 100% wrong. This does affect Meadowview, probably more so than other places. There is already one of those very large septic tanks in that neighborhood. This is so bad, I cannot even believe that you guys did not check this before you passed it and accepted it. You need to be on board with the other 12 cities fighting this with everything you got. Marianne Edwards, I am so glad that you finally see that this is something worth fighting for. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comments on this item.
Okay. Well, so can we close the public hearing? All right, let's go ahead and do that. And do we have any council comments? All right, Ms. Alexander.
I'll kick it off. Well, just thank you, Ms. Jessica, for coming up and speaking. I appreciate that. There's a lot of concern about this item for every single one of us that are up here. And I do want to thank staff for what they're doing. And I'm going to be very interested to see with the subcommittee right now with Marianne and Matt as to possibly what can occur and how to bring this up to the state. So I would like also to bring this up to our staff, if we can also get updates on that of whatever comes across as far as city council, so we can be updated of what is coming up to the state, especially with something like SB 9 and SB 10. I really see a lot of problems. My biggest thing is trash, sewer, all those areas of what we're gonna do when if and when this goes through and we have all these people coming into our city. Bugs, mice, things like that, rodents, it's a concern. I think it's a concern for everybody, and that's a very small part of it. There's a lot to look at, and so I just want to let you know that it is on our radars, and our staff is working behind the scenes to do what it needs to for the residents, and we will be behind you 110%. So thank you for that.
I do one more.
Ms. Edwards?
Yeah, in addition to that, this city council, like other cities, the moment we saw this bill, we knew it was horrendous because it's taking local control away from cities and allowing the state to tell residents or non-residents, investors, that they can multiply the number of homes in Temecula 3 times over what it is right now. So it's heinous, and we are doing the one thing right now that we can by doing our homework and seeing what mitigation we can do to protect Temecula.
Anyone else?
Last thing, if I could just say, the power of your votes up in state is what's going to make the difference here. We need to be able to have the right people up in state. If we really want to change this, truthfully, coming up here in November, we need to change that. So if you want something different, we implore you, we just urge you to head out there and just make those right votes, so that way it can trickle down to us to help out the residents. So that is it, I promise.
Stu?
Yeah, so again, I am not for this in the slightest, so I don't even know what that comment was all about, but 100% I am against SB 9 whatsoever. No, you've talked already. You can't come back up, you know. So we've closed the public comment. I've never been in favor of this. I have talked out against it all the way. So, you know, I don't know where that came from, but all I know is I don't want to see SB 9 implemented anywhere in the state, not just Temecula, but every city. You know, they're forcing this down our throats. We don't have a choice in this matter. The only thing we can do is look to see how we can mitigate it. That is it. That's our choice. And so unless we get help at the state level to change this law or get rid of it, we got to figure out how to deal with it. And that's bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
All right. Zach?
I'll move item 18.
All right. Let me just make a comment here real quickly. I don't think anybody supports SB 9. In fact, we actively oppose that, and we provided letters in opposition along with hundreds of other cities in the state of California.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, hundreds of cities commenting and saying absolutely not, we oppose these things, doesn't seem to resonate anymore. I for the life of me couldn't tell you why, because our state representatives and other folks up there still live in these cities. So I don't understand where this disconnect is, except ultimately this comes down, on us. What we're doing here tonight is not approving SB 9. We're not accepting SB 9. What we're trying to do with the authority that we still have, that the state allows us to have, is we're fighting back against some of the impacts and mitigation that we can have regarding SB 9, and at least put through this emergency ordinance and hopefully a permanent ordinance some protections that are in place so that, like the graphic that was used is a great example, but that's not the average parcel in Temecula, right? I mean, so we're not going to be able to just cram things onto any parcels we want to in this city, because there's still a public safety issue, there's an access issue, there's all sorts of other things that get put into that. This is the city's attempt to at least describe all of that so that speculators, developers, folks can't just willy-nilly do whatever they want to wherever they want to. So this provides us that first layer of protection, but it doesn't stop our continued advocacy at the state level, doesn't stop us to continue to work through all of our avenues and work with our partnerships and hopefully, push back against all of this. I do know there are pending lawsuits against this. Problem is some of those are a little bit ripe at this point and some are not quite ready for litigation because nothing's really happened. Our city also hasn't experienced an actual action against us regarding SB 9. So until we see something that is actionable and we think that that has crossed a line, it's that case or controversy that we need to be able to bring forward. And so this at least helps us put the things in place that we think we need to protect the city. Now, I will say that Pasadena just recently went through an SB 9 ordeal themselves. And one of the things that they, and Luke maybe or Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but one of the things that they did is they said that according to their city, there are neighborhoods throughout that they didn't designate as historic districts, but they called something else, and I'm forgetting the term they used.
I believe they call them landmark districts.
Landmark districts. So under SB 9, I guess historic districts do provide some level of protection. Pasadena does not have the quote-unquote historic districts as defined by the state, but they tried to use this concept of landmark districts that said basically we like the community, the character, the old style of our neighborhoods, and so because of that, we want to establish landmark districts where they're hands-off for SB 9. And immediately the Attorney General wrote a letter to the city of Pasadena saying that is not acceptable and you will lose in court and we will sue you if you try to implement this. Now, I find it stunning that our Attorney General is making decisions on how a court may or may not decide and make sweeping threats like that to cities who are just trying to protect the identity and the integrity of their city. I don't think that's appropriate for an Attorney General to slap down that quickly, but that's what we are getting now. And again, we're trying to do the best we can to protect the identity and integrity of our city. And my guess is that once this emergency ordinance is in place, other cities will have tried to attempt to put the same things in place, and we'll all be, threatened by our Attorney General in that process. Those are all roads that we will have to cover over this next, 10 months as this all plays out. And it's an unfortunate process, but believe me that none of us want to be able to do. I know Peter's hackles are going up and he's like, Matt, tread carefully. But, nobody wants to be in this position, but this is at least the city's, let's be very clear, this is the city's first attempt to retain some level of authority from the state of California to protect the identity and the integrity of our communities. And there's a lot more to come as this process unfolds in California. So we're just doing what every other city is trying to do who opposed SB 9 and trying to be able to wrestle whatever we can back from the state. That's why it was a 5-0 vote last time, and I would hope we would have the same. So we have a motion for Mr. Schwenk.
And a second.
And a second from Ms. Edwards.
And I need to read the title.
Yes, sir.
This would be an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Temecula extending interim emergency ordinance number 2022-03, establishing emergency regulations pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 on urban lot splits and housing units built in accordance with Senate Bill 9 and making a determination of exemption under CEQA.
Oh, we're just waiting for one more. Hang on. Okay, and that passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right, item 19, introduce ordinance amending Title 9 and Title 17 of the Temecula Municipal Code to include entertainment licenses, further clarify the definition of restaurants, entertainment, taverns, and bars, and provide regulations for private security operators establishing noise standards for mixed-use developments with a residential component. Good evening. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very well, and yourself? Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. LR 21-1017 is a proposed citywide entertainment license ordinance. And before I really get into it, I'd like to just briefly go over what are the different components I'm going to talk about tonight. First, we're going to talk about really why are we here? What are we seeing in the field? And quite frankly, what we're seeing are code violations and CUP violations. We're also going to talk about what we've done about it so far. And we're also going to discuss how can we obtain compliance with CUP and code items while improving public safety, and how we believe an entertainment license ordinance is the way to get there. And then we're also going to discuss a little bit about how, if this ordinance is adopted, how will it impact Old Town now? So code enforcement has received a variety of complaints. They've observed different violations. I've put a few statistics here up on the screen. For about the past 2-year period or so, code has written a total of 586 citations. 502 of these have been in Old Town, while 84 were in the remainder of the city. What do these violations consist of? Primarily, we have folks operating beyond their permitted hours. We have different noise violations, folks offering live entertainment without any approvals whatsoever, the serving of hard alcohol without any approvals from the city or state ABC. Also, we've seen security guards that are escalating situations rather than de-escalating them, and just a variety of CUP violations. But we're also seeing businesses operating in an overcrowded condition above what their stated occupancy allows them to have. And I want to take a moment and really talk about this one because it's important. There's been situations where our Metro team and their partners, which I'll talk a little bit more about them in just a moment, they've witnessed a business operating above occupancy. They'll have everybody come out, count them back in to make sure the occupancy is not exceeded. Then staff leaves, comes back a short time later, the business is back up at over occupancy. And this is really a dangerous issue, and I've listed here why. There's been a few fires nationwide where this has led to some very unfortunate events, and we're trying to not have that happen here. In fact, our assistant fire marshal has had to close down 2 businesses for an evening because of operating in an over-occupancy capacity. So what have we done about it so far? Well, the first thing we've done is we've amended the municipal code. We did this back in October of 2020, and it was at the recommendation of our city attorney's office, because they felt that the revocation language for CUPs was antiquated and needed to be updated. And essentially what we did is we made it to where an independent hearing officer from the California Office of Administrative Hearings, they are now the person that goes through and reviews the evidence, writes up a report, makes findings, and provides a recommendation that staff can then take to Planning Commission or City Council for final action. The second thing we've done is we initiated the True North survey, and surveys went out to residents back in March of 2021. It was able to provide us with what are the priorities and the concerns of the community. And a piece of information that came out of that was that 27% of their residents said that they feel, quoting from the report, unsafe walking alone in Old Town once the sun goes down. So on the one hand, we're working on a quality of life master plan, yet we have an area of the city where residents are indicating there's some issues there. So we needed to act. And the third thing that we did, based on that, is we created the Metro team. We have members of the Metro team here in the audience with us tonight. And I've just listed the different Sheriff's Department positions that make up the Metro team here on the slide. And obviously their focus is in Old Town. Their mission is to build strong relationships with the businesses in Old Town, with their employees, and also the visitors that come in, and to also enforce a zero-tolerance stance on any criminal activity they see while they're out and about. So while the Metro team was out and about, they'd started to notice quality of life issues and public safety issues that weren't necessarily under the purview of the police department. So what they did is they asked the city for help, and the city responded by sending out members of building, code, and fire to accompany them while they're out investigating different businesses. We have representatives from building, code, and fire here tonight. They also requested help from the California ABC, as well as the California Security and Investigative Services, or the BSIS. This is the state agency that actually controls security guards and provides their standards and their requirements and whatnot. So just a quick timeline of what we've done so far. First, in about the summer of 2019, code starts to notice an increase in the frequency of complaints and different code violations. Again, the city responded and October the following year by amending the municipal code. We then had the True North survey and got the information there. And then in March of 2021, we formed the Metro team. They were out for a couple months, noticed some different issues. We now have the Metro Team Plus, which includes the Metro Team with building code and fire. That leads us next to our next logical point that we want to make here, and that is adopting entertainment license, we feel, is the next tool that we can use to help bring order into Old Town, as well as the rest of the city. But I must mention, though, that there have been substantial improvements in Old Town. PD will tell you that Old Town is a much more orderly place since when they first began. Response times have been dropped dramatically, and any public safety issues, they're addressed very quickly now. But even with these additional resources, some operators have continued to go outside their CUP confines and other code requirements. We've even seen some businesses coming in, and they're basically paying their fees kind of as a cost of doing business instead of beginning to comply with their requirements. So let's drill down a little deeper into what we're seeing. Basically, it's food establishments or restaurants that we're having some issues with. These businesses have come in and received a CUP for maybe somebody playing guitar or something like that, and over time, they've morphed into a nightclub. And one business, as I mentioned earlier, was even caught serving hot alcohol without any ABC permits, any city permits, anything like that. The California Bureau of Investigative Services actually did a sweep in Old Town, and they noticed substantial and significant noncompliance issues with the matters that they're concerned with. And they're actually one of the agencies that recommended we come up with a local ordinance to improve compliance. So let's talk about what's the situation right now. How do you get entertainment and alcohol in the city? Well, we go through the conditional use process. The problem with a conditional use permit, there's two really big ones. First, they're not tied to owners or operators. They run with the land. It's a land use entitlement, which means they can basically run forever. And they're very difficult to revoke. And let's talk about briefly how difficult they are to revoke. It's basically a legal proceeding. It has to go before the California Office of Administrative Hearings, so basically a judge can hear the matter. That agency has 45 days to hear it. And throughout that entire process, a permittee can request extensions. If they don't like the outcome, they can appeal the decision. This whole process can take minimum of a year or longer just to revoke a conditional use permit, and the city has to pay for the whole thing. So staff began doing some research because we figured there has to be a better way to handle the situation. And what we learned is that many other cities are starting to adopt an entertainment license instead of a conditional use permit. I've just listed a couple of the cities that we took a look at: Carlsbad, San Diego, Long Beach. These are cities with vibrant downtowns and active entertainment in their communities. There's a few benefits with these. First, they don't live with the land. An entertainment license is no longer a land use entitlement. It's just simply a license. And they require annual renewals. So that means if a business comes in for a renewal, we get to talk with our partners in PD, code, fire, building, and we get to see what the history has been over the past year before we decide to renew a license. But I have to mention, though, that an entertainment license is, unfortunately, it's not a silver bullet to stop everything that we're seeing today. The reason for that is we cannot apply it, with the exception of security guards, which I'll talk about later. We can't apply it to businesses that already have a conditional use permit. So moving forward, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to separate the alcohol permitting process and the entertainment permitting process. We're required by the state to grant CUPs or review CUPs for alcohol, but we can make a license available for entertainment that does not run with the land. So it's no longer a land use entitlement. So if adopted, this ordinance has a variety of goals. First, we believe it's going to simplify the process to get entertainment in the city. And we believe that'll help spur a lot more family-type entertainment because it'll be much easier to get it. Reason we believe that is because it's an administrative approval process. So no more going through the long 4, 5, 6 month CUP process. An entertainment license can be approved administratively, but it can also be revoked administratively also. So we believe this will also improve the quality of life for citizens and businesses, particularly those who live next to an entertainment establishment or they work next to one. We also believe it'll hold the owners and operators accountable. We believe that because it is now an administrative revocation instead of going through the long process I just described earlier. It's also going to provide consistent regulations. When you take a look at the ordinance, you can see it's very clearly how do you apply, what are the requirements, how do you appeal, things of that nature. It's all in there. Everyone will now be playing under the same rule book. It also established new ownership relationships and expectations. And what we mean by that is currently now if someone gets a CUP for their business, again, remember it runs with the land, if they sell that business and somebody new comes in, we've not met with them. If they continue to hopefully operate under the existing CUP, that's the end of the story. Now, if someone sells a business, the new owner has to come in, has to apply for their own entertainment license, and that allows us an opportunity to meet them, hopefully develop a positive relationship with them, and set expectations. And we believe that this ordinance overall is a very proactive approach to what we're seeing right now. So, if approved, the ordinance is going to impact Title 9 and Title 17 of the Municipal Code. Title 9 is going to contain a lot of the nuts and bolts, kind of the functions of how the ordinance works, how do you apply for it, what are the requirements, things of that nature. Title 17 is going to contain a lot of the different definitions. We're going to be having different definitions for restaurants, entertainment. There's a whole gamut of different definitions will be in there. Let's take a look at some of those now. For entertainment, the ordinance is a very lengthy definition of what exactly is classified as entertainment. I've just listed dancing and music here because that's what we're seeing a lot of right now, so it's in there. And then we also obviously have the kind of catch-all, if you will, that anything that attracts entertainment, whatnot, or excuse me, maybe attended by members of the public, it's entertainment. We also have definitions for restaurants now. Really the big takeaway here is that you have to serve not less than 5 main course meals to be considered a restaurant. So it's not simply enough just to have prepackaged food and call yourself a restaurant. You have to have an actual menu with at least 5 main courses. So there'll be 3 different classes of entertainment licensing, and I've listed them here. We'll just kind of briefly go through them. So class 1, this is a business that wants to have entertainment, but they don't want to have any alcohol, they don't want to have any dancing. So think of your coffee shop that wants to have somebody playing guitar. That's a perfect example for a class 1. And we're looking at a fee of $100 for that. Class 2, this is a business that wants to have the alcohol, wants to have the entertainment, but no dancing. So think of a Mexican restaurant that wants to serve margaritas and have mariachis. We're looking at a fee for about $250 for this particular license. Class 3, this is the business that wants to be the nightclub. They want to have the alcohol, they want to have the music, they want to have the dancing. This is what a Class 3 is really designed for. And the fee here is $500 for the license. We also have hours of entertainment that are allowed for each class. So Class 1, they can have entertainment from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. So the business can continue to operate after the hours you see here. It's just the entertainment has to stop. So the person playing guitar at the coffee shop, they need to stop at 9 p.m., but they can keep on with the rest of their business operations after that. And you can see the times there for Class 2, and you can also see the times there that we have for Class 3. Again, this is the nightclub, and we're saying at 11:59, the entertainment, the dancing, whatever it is they have, needs to stop. But they can stay open, just the entertainment has to stop. So how will a entertainment license application differ from your typical CUP applications? Well, we're going to be asking for a much more detailed floor plan with the entertainment license application. This is because we really need to drill down, especially for those Class 3s. Are they going to have an assembly dance area? Because we have to make sure their occupancy is correct, because occupancy kind of dominoes into issues such as, do you have enough exiting? Do you have enough restroom facilities? Things of that nature. We got to make sure that's all there. We also want a much more detailed site plan, and we want to have the adjacent uses included in that, as well as their operating hours, so we can see who's going to be impacted if we approve an entertainment license, who are their neighbors. We're also going to require a notarized letter from the applicant and the property owner that basically says they've read the entertainment license, they understand it, and they're going to abide by it. We're also going to request a much more detailed security plan. And part of that plan really is going to be requiring more information about the security guards. The ordinance is going to require that security guards are now licensed to the California BSIS. That license must be made available upon request of any police officer or city official that requests to see it. Businesses can no longer appoint unlicensed staff to be security guards. Everyone has to be licensed now. And anybody who is security, they must wear a shirt or a vest that clearly says security and clearly says the business that they're working for. That way, should PD have to show up, they can easily see who belongs where. There's a 3 strikes clause in the ordinance. Basically, if you have 3 strikes against you, we can revoke the license. But I will say, though, that if there's some type of egregious public health or public safety issue and violations 1 or 2, we can revoke at that time. And if the revocation is appealed, that appeal will go before the California Office of Administrative Hearings and have the independent officer in charge of that. And that's going to ensure the due process for everyone. So who has to comply with this ordinance? Well, first, it's businesses seeking entertainment that do not already have a CUP for entertainment. Also, businesses that have a CUP right now, but they wish to modify it. The security guard provisions are going to apply to everybody in the city, regardless of their CUP status right off the bat. And then, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, alcohol does still require a CUP. They'll still have to go through that process. And just briefly, how does this ordinance here apply to Old Town? Well, as I just mentioned, the security guards, that's going to apply to everybody, including folks in Old Town. And the entertainment license, it's going to be discussed as part of the upcoming specific plan amendment that we're working on. We realize that Old Town is a little bit different, so we'll include that in our discussions when we're updating the specific plan. And that's, when we update the specific plan, we're going to follow our normal process, which will have public outreach, public hearing, things of that nature that we're all familiar with. So we believe there'll be a variety of improvements if this ordinance is passed. First off, that 6-month CUP process, if you want entertainment, that's gone. It's now an administrative process, something that, like we do every time with a temporary use permit, very quick, very inexpensive. So it's a really nice business-friendly way to try out entertainment for a year, especially if you're that class 1. It's only $100 to try it out instead of the $4,000 and change that's required for a conditional use permit. The businesses are going to benefit from that much more streamlined approach. Non-compliant businesses, they'll be able to fall in line very quickly because they'll know we can administratively revoke their entertainment license. And then we also believe that this license will contribute to our Quality of Life Master Plan core value of being a safe and prepared community. We did do outreach with this ordinance, just listed here the different places we've taken it. I went to the Planning Commission, City Council subcommittees. We also presented it to the leadership of Visit Temecula Valley, leadership of the Old Town Temecula Association, as well as leadership from the Chamber of Commerce. They all had an opportunity to take a look at this. Obviously, also went to the Planning Commission, did that last month. Overall, the commission believed it was a very proactive approach to enact this ordinance, and they recommended approval for it. From a CEQA perspective, staff believes the ordinance falls under the common sense exemption from CEQA. And based on the information just presented, staff recommends the City Council adopt the ordinance. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. We have members of the Metro team here as well if you'd like to talk with them, as well as Code and Fire if you'd like to speak with them. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's start with questions of the council. Stu.
Okay, so can you explain the CUP process and
Sure.
How easy or is it possible to change a CUP? And is there such a thing as a conditional or a temporary CUP? We try to wrap all those questions into.
Sure.
I threw a mouthful.
You threw a mouthful at me. So basically, when a business wants to come in, and we'll use this example here for entertainment and alcohol, we've had a lot of them in the past, obviously. You come in, you apply for your conditional use permit. It goes through the public hearing process. Takes about anywhere from 4 to 6 months to get through. And then we have to go, because alcohol is involved, we have to go to Planning Commission for final approval. And then, as I mentioned earlier, that creates the land use entitlement that's now there in perpetuity. If somebody wants to change it right now, they have to file a modification application. It's a modification to the CUP. And again, that goes before a public hearing, takes more time, et cetera, et cetera. So we believe that the entertainment license, with it being administrative and also being yearly, it's a much faster process to get to entertainment. As I mentioned before, you still have to do the CUP for alcohol. The state requires that. Entertainment, now we're trying to decouple them. To answer everything?
Yeah, is there such a thing as a conditional or a temporary CUP?
There have been instances in the past, not necessarily to my knowledge for alcohol and entertainment, but where we've had certain businesses that come in, or even churches that need to have a conditional use permit. and we've allowed a temporary use permit, if you will, to kind of hold them over until the CUP is approved, but it's not really a temporary CUP.
Okay. So the CUP is something that has to be amended before you can change that usage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
One other important thing there too, Councilman, is that the city cannot initiate a change to the CUP. It has to be initiated by the applicant themselves.
Zach, sorry.
That's okay. Well, thank you for the report. And I brought this up in subcommittee, and I believe it was in the presentation, or at least a little bit in there. The ability to transition from businesses that currently have a CUP to an entertainment license. So we're recognizing that some of the issues down in Old Town are businesses that currently have a CUP. There's some incentives potentially. There's a path to not necessarily revoking the CUP, but encouraging maybe an entertainment license.
Yeah, so if a business that currently has a CUP wants to make some type of change to it, they would come in for that modification process that I just talked about, and it's at that time we could work with them to basically have them say, okay, your entertainment portion now, that's going to have to follow the license, but it would really depend on what they're coming in and wanting to change, but we would certainly make every effort to have the entertainment portion now be under a license and decoupled from the CUP.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I have a quick one. You know, so on the Class 1 and Class 2, you have entertainment available till 9 o'clock, and then, what was it, 10 o'clock for Class 2? Can you explain to, I'm not understanding the wisdom here. Like, why do we care if somebody's playing a guitar at a coffee shop until 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock? I mean, it's not outdoor amplified, and, or for that matter, maybe somebody playing piano at a restaurant till, midnight. I mean, why would we care what's going on at that point?
Sure. Well, the times that we've proposed, we kind of took from the best practices that we've seen other cities who have implemented an entertainment license. We're not going to make any changes to zones that don't already allow entertainment. So take the Barron Shopping Center on Meadows Parkway, that zone neighborhood commercial. This ordinance is not now going to say you can have a nightclub in there because it wouldn't already be allowed. So we're certainly open to modifying these times if the council deems that appropriate, or even coming back a little later. But we feel particularly with the Class 3, we feel that these cutoff times are appropriate to what we're seeing.
Sure. No, and I get it for the Class 3, but I just, I'm just struggling a little bit if there is, an Italian bistro outside of Old Town that wants to have somebody playing the piano. Why do we care?
Well, these times for the Class 1 and the Class 3, it's based on what we're seeing and what we're hearing from in the community of what they want. Certainly, if we feel that we should be able to move this ordinance forward, see how it goes for several months, and if we need to come back an amendment, we're certainly open to coming back and amending it. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to just add to that too. The hours of operation, so a coffee shop that wants to go to midnight can come in and get a Class 3, and they can stay up until midnight. So if they want later hours, they can come in and get a different classification license. That doesn't mean that they're going to have a dance floor. It doesn't mean they're going to have alcohol. It just means they're picking the later hours. And yes, right. So and that's typically it's unlikely, but it's something that's going to typically be more impactful. So the earlier hours are really to protect. So you were talking about an Italian bistro. There's one in let's say the Meadows Shopping Center. There is one there, and we have very sensitive neighbors in that area we've talked with many times over the years about the potential noise, perceived or real, in that area. So the Class 1 would be to say, hey, listen, this is till 9 o'clock. We all agree that it's to 9 o'clock, and that it's going to kind of contain that activity. If you just say, hey, it's open till midnight, I think you just kind of mentioned this, it could potentially become a gateway to other activities, right? Particularly if there is alcohol involved, that it can morph. And that's the problem we've been seeing, is the morphing from a restaurant into live music, into a DJ, into a nightclub. So that's kind of what why those are there. Like Eric said, we're open to changing them. We've taken the best practices from what we've seen out there in other cities, and we've decided that that would be the best proposal to bring forward tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I'm struggling with it a little bit because, I mean, what is the bistro going to morph into? Like, late night bocce ball? I mean, I'm just, I'm struggling a little bit because if you tell them, okay, you have to stop playing piano now, but then we're going to turn on the speakers and have ambient music in the background. I'm just, I mean, I think we're over-regulating here a little bit and I'm not worried about that establishment. I'm worried about the folks who have businesses in Old Town who have basically violated their conditional use permit and are operating illegally. Illegal is illegal. Whether you have a license or whether you have a CUP, illegal is illegal. And our folks in code enforcement are going there and shutting these places down. Or, forcing all the patrons outside, counting them back in, and then realizing that they're going to break the rules anyway, and then we shut them down for the night. And we're just going to keep going ahead and doing that for the bad actors in Old Town. But I think, I think we're putting kind of a bit too much of a heavy hand is all I'm saying in this, and we could discuss that after, public comment maybe, but I feel like we're just putting a little bit too much of a heavy hand on this. So I'm just trying to understand what it is that we're so concerned about here, but I'll stop with the line of questioning, and we'll just continue this later. Any other questions? All right, so this is a public hearing. Let's go ahead and see if we do have any public comments. Open that up.
Yes, we have several public comments. The first speaker is Jill Nelson, to be followed by Richard Lay.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? All right. So first, I want to introduce myself. Jill Nelson. I own Blackbird for 9 years. Before that, I owned Front Street Union, which is now Old Town Blues Club. So I've been in Old Town for about 15 years. There was a little confusion, a little hallway talk about if everybody needs to apply for the new entertainment license or if everybody is grandfathered in is the term that's being used. But I do want to give out some concerns that I do have for the ordinance. The no admission fee allowed. The large portion of my cover charge revenue is to offset the use of my security team. I currently have a team of 7 guards that work Friday and Saturday nights. If I need to pay my security staff without that cover charge revenue, I would have no choice than to reduce the number of my security staff, increasing the chance of them getting into situations that there's not enough guards to control the situation. The cover charge tends to keep the guest in one location. If no cover charge is allowed, this would increase the amount of people on the streets going from one bar to the next, just flowing in and out. Increase of police presence will be needed if altercations are happening between bars. And the cover charge eliminates the potentials of transient people coming into the bars, taking up that delicate space that we need to stay at under capacity, and wonder about without buying anything. I've always said if they've had a problem with $5, they're going to have a problem buying anything inside. And regarding the proposal that food is served at all open hours, most of my kitchen staff is under 21 years old. We currently stop serving food at 8:45, and all employees under the age of 21 must be done cleaning and out by 10 p.m. before the nightclub is at full capacity, which is not right for high schoolers to be at. And I did want to mention about the Metro team. I have full appreciation of that. I love that. I hear from my head of security after every shift in the morning after he wakes up what happened, if there was any concerns, any incidences that happened, and he always has great admiration for them as well. The BSIS license, I did obtain that recently as well. I didn't even know about that at all. So that was a good for code enforcement come through and allow me to have the time to get that. But I did want to just show appreciation and have some concerns. I do believe that the main reasons of the ordinance is to ensure public safety, and I just want to make sure that these could potentially make Old Town unsafe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Lay, to be followed by Andrew Doughty. Richard?
Nope, no Richard.
Okay. Andrew? No. Okay, no Andrew. Jeffrey?
Thank you. I had no intention of speaking until I heard Eric's presentation. I own Topspin, and we do ping pong. And Eric's definition of entertainment seems to include any amusement activity, which would probably include me. However, we have no dancing, which is what the classes appear to be limiting, is the dancing and the nightclub effect and stuff like that. And Mayor Ron, you seem to address that overhanded, that heavy-handedness. And if you include the definition of any amusement, it would include a lot of things on Front Street that aren't nightclubs. So I just want to address that, bring that to your attention. Zoltar would probably fall into that category from the candy shop. So I just asked you to consider that. The other thing I would bring up is that, so I had to get this license. It was ASCAP for music because of a DJ we had a couple times. And so I went back and forth with them I'm like, we don't do live music. It's just a once-a-time thing. We also do Bear and Hymns, which is a church group for the most part. They don't associate with any church, but it's a church group that comes quarterly to do music. We did Beer and Carols at Christmas time. So even though we're not a nightclub, even though that's not our thing, and even though I close at midnight, so really this really wouldn't affect me anyway, I would hate to be lumped in with all the others. So not that I hate them or anything. I just don't want to be lumped in with, a nightclub type scenario. And there's a couple other establishments like me that aren't nightclubs, and they would definitely feel the impact of this, and I would hate to see that. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you.
And then that's all the in-person comments I have. I have one email comment from Robert Danko, the owner of Delicious Eatery. We'll go ahead and set 5 minutes and read that into the record. As a longtime resident of Temecula and a restaurant owner in Old Town, I want to express my general support for the proposed entertainment licenses and the amendments to the Temecula Municipal Code as described in the planning staff report. There are a few clarifications that I would like to propose for the council's consideration. Number one, permitted entertainment hours of operation. The clear distinction between Class 1 and Class 2 appears to focus on offering an alcoholic beverage, whether beer, wine, or distilled spirits, whereas the distinction between Class 2 and Class 3 is the addition of dancing as a form of entertainment. I would suggest the council consider the hours of entertainment for all classes of entertainment to be consistent to end at 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday and 11:59 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. All current businesses should be required to obtain and comply with the entertainment license restrictions, as this runs independent of the operational hours dictated by the CUP. As proposed, the application of the entertainment license would not affect a business with dancing specifically allowed per its CUP, while greatly affecting all other businesses with non-dancing types of entertainment such as live music. A current restaurant with a dance floor would be able to remain actively open until 2 a.m. if currently allowed under a CUP, while all other restaurants with live music would be required to end the entertainment at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., thus effectively shortening the hours of operation. This would have a significant economic impact on all but a few businesses in Old Town without targeting the public safety concerns outlined in the staff report. Effectively, all Class 2 businesses would need to comply, and all current Class 3 businesses would continue to create the problems of overcrowding and excessive noise until 2 a.m. that the amendments intend to address by the proposed changes. Consistent application is fair treatment for all. Number two, all current businesses offering entertainment and alcohol should be required to obtain the new entertainment license. The purpose of a CUP is to allow some flexibility in permitted uses of land that might otherwise be prohibited based on zoning ordinances. As stated in the staff report, CUPs are independent of the entertainment license. However, it is clear to anyone who has been in Old Town on most weekends that Front Street shows its Mr. Hyde personality on Friday and Saturday nights, particularly after midnight. This will not change unless the proposed ordinance is applied to all current and future businesses. Through a simple administrative procedure, all businesses can be defined and regulated under consistent rules. The CUP process involves public notice and public hearings and is necessary to make sure the business is operating consistent with the master plan. Problems arise when a new business changes the nature of its operations or a new owner assumes the lease of the property and introduces a new concept that is materially different from what was initially presented under the application for a CUP. In the example cited in the staff report, a coffee shop sells to new owner who decides to add music and serve wine, thus changing the impact on the city without oversight. While adding wine has some checks and balance, since there would be posting of intent to serve alcohol and hopefully a public hearing. The real-life example of Taboo Sushi reveals a gaping hole in the oversight by the city. Taboo was a family-friendly sushi restaurant that sold its lease and liquor license to a business that represented they would be operating a supper club. No application to amend the existing CUP was filed, as it appeared to the planning department that the location would be just another family restaurant serving beer, wine, and cocktails. However, prior to opening for business, the concept was changed into a 21 and over nightclub without any application to the city. This type of change in concept should require notification and public hearings on the impact to the surrounding area. At a minimum, if all businesses are required to obtain an entertainment license annually, regardless of whether it is unchanged, sold, or just rebranded, the city would receive advance notice through the license process and not get lost in the vague language of the CUP. All business would be under the same standards. Conclusion. I commend the city for addressing an issue that has been brewing for a while. As a business owner in Temecula, I am aware that we all needed to adapt to the new challenges due to the pandemic. I am grateful for the assistance the city provided to the high-impact areas such as Old Town. As a longtime resident of Temecula, I have seen this side of town change from primarily antique shops to a fun, family-friendly destination with unique restaurants, wine tasting, and microbreweries. Lately, I have seen a trend where people are no longer coming to Old Town for family outings due to the rough and edgy changes brought about by bars operating over capacity, lines out of the doors and spilling onto the sidewalks, and loud music permeating other businesses and residents. I thank the council members and staff for allowing my voice to be heard. And that is the last of the public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, council, who wants to start?
Want to close the public hearing?
Oh, close public hearing, yeah, done. Moving on.
So how might we address the concerns of the last gentleman who spoke? And I understand what you're saying. You know, we don't want to regulate all if it's not going to apply. And I understand what you and I talked about being a gateway activity. There should be something that we can do to set aside those businesses who have never done anything, who rarely have, you know, entertainment, and, you know, won't violate any kind of, the noise ordinance or anything like that, or the hours, if they don't have a track record. And I understand that that's going to be a judgment call, but there should be something that we can do to protect businesses, you know, like his. I just don't know what it is.
Well, Luke, can we talk about that a little bit? Because if they're already operating under their existing agreements, then aren't they?
Yeah, all businesses out there right now that are serving alcohol have CUPs. So they have CUPs that are in effect. They would not be subject or required to come in to get an entertainment license if they have an existing CUP. The entertainment license would be for those that wish to change their CUPs or new businesses that come in seeking to have entertainment. So most of the businesses out there right now, they're not affected unless they want to change something. So, I mean, frankly, this doesn't affect them at this point in time unless they want to do something different.
So would you consider, if they have a piano player, would you consider changing from a piano player to a guitar player, something different?
No.
No, because it's still indoor entertainment.
In the CUP, just generally speaking, a CUP is going to have many things included in it, like hours of operation, other operational factors, including a description of whatever live entertainment that they were approved to engage in.
Okay.
So it could be a guitar player, it could be a live band, it could be a DJ, it could be any of those things. And it'll be described in the CUP. Now, if they wanted to do something besides what's described in the CUP, they would have to get it amended.
Got it.
And come in for that. And if this ordinance is adopted, when they want to change the style of entertainment that they're engaging in, then they would have to get an entertainment license.
Okay, got it. So as long as you stay status quo, hours don't change, nothing else changes, you're really grandfathered in under your CUP.
That's right.
Okay, that helps.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Stu?
Well, I do agree. I mean, there is a level of overdoing it as far as I can see also, but I see it as a non-onerous price. I mean, $100, $250, and $500 for a nightclub. I mean, that's stupid cheap. So, I don't see it as a financial issue. I see it as maybe a level of, or a layer of administration that I think, I'm sure a lot of businesses don't want to deal with, government period. But, and from listening to staff, it provides us the opportunity to have that conversation with that business every year about their establishment, if there's any issues that we've had with code or anything like that. It gives us the opportunity to kind of reel them back a little bit and say, hey, look, you guys, we can revoke this. It's not something you have forever, which is something a CUP does provide that current establishment. So, and like Luke said, this is just new. So everybody else who's out there is grandfathered in. So as far as Old Town today, it's not going to change, anybody who has a business. But for all the incoming ones, the ones who want to take over, an existing business, to me going forward, it does give that level of, I don't want to say control, because it's really not a big control, but it gives us that interface with this business every year, and they have to come in and kind of get all the expectations from the city saying, here's what this means, and this is what we expect you to do and not to do. And so that's the only thing. If it was any more expensive, I would want that fee cut back, because it's not about making money. It's about, giving the right information to a new owner of what we expect in Old Town today. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with what you're saying, Councilmember Stewart. It's another layer, right? It's another tool. I know many of the businesses in Old Town are wonderful neighbors, right? It's unfortunate, the CUP process is problematic in some ways, where there are some bad actors that, we're not going to be able to revoke that CUP. But going forward, from a quality of life perspective, from a public safety perspective, I think this is needed, right? It's what does it mean to be a good neighbor, a good business in Old Town? And like I said earlier, many are wonderful additions to our, to Old Town. With respect to the time, maybe there's a tale of two cities to some respect. Within Old Town, to midnight seems reasonable, but maybe in single family areas like the Meadows Parkway 9 seems more reasonable. So maybe there's some work we can do there. I just think overall, our Old Town specifically has really morphed into just a dynamic little corner of our community that's much loved. And over the years, there have been some concerns, and we've invested heavily with our Metro team, and I see everyone back there, and I appreciate all the work that you all do down here and the updates we get and the impact that you're making. I know those are positive impacts for business, And I would suspect that VTV and the Chamber and OTTA were all supportive of moving these items forward because it levels the playing field and gives us, again, that extra layer of protection for the entire community and really some of the residents that live down here, because we shouldn't forget that there are residents that live in Old Town, right? And even across the freeway, you can hear some of the music late into the night. And those are things that we need to address. And I think this is a good step in doing that, and I think staff's done a pretty wonderful job putting together this ordinance. And yeah, there's some things maybe we can tweak, but overall, I'm very supportive of it. So, thank you.
All right.
All right. When I first came on the council, this was definitely brought to my attention by several other residents. It was, obviously I'm a resident as well, I have young children, and I wanted to ensure that Old Town remains a family-friendly, safe environment for all of us to be at. And one of the things we want to be able to continue to incorporate, obviously we have the safety, but we also want to have, the theater districts out there. We want people to have that enjoyment and that entertainment out there, but we want to make it safe. And one of the things when I started seeing pictures of people playing beer pong outside in certain areas that they shouldn't be, when they're having line dancing in areas that they shouldn't be, it's a concern, not only for the people that are playing, but also for the residents that are out there. So for me, this is definitely something that I feel is going to be really wonderful for our city, for our residents who want to continue to be out there. For that 27%, that's still a little concerned that they would like to still be out there as well with the families. One of the things that I'm hearing, though, is the 10 o'clock issue. And maybe something, if we want to revisit that or even talk about it now, what if they're going to have 3 strikes. So, Luke, won't they at the end of that year or during that time, they'll have that 3 strikes and we can say, well, we're just not going to renew you for that at this point in time at that hour? Or is there something we can play with if they have that 3 strikes, you're out?
Well, yes, of course. That's the mechanism to cause it to be reevaluated. So if they have 3 strikes, then it comes into question whether their license would be renewed for the next year, whether they need to go to a higher level, to a 2 or a 3, based on what they're trying to accomplish.
Right.
So yes, I think that is proposed in this ordinance.
So that might be one thing that we could just really keep in our mind, that if it is something that we're seeing as a full body council, that we want to give that leeway to our city and to the owners, let them put on their big boy pants and see if they can actually maintain that. And if they can't, well, then they get it revoked. But I kind of like that idea in a sense of giving it that extra hour for the Italian bistro to have whatever they want to play. We can always revisit. I agree 100% on that. I really like that. That's very true. So
I was going to make just a quick suggestion, just throw it out there,
Please.
To Councilmember Schwenk's comment about potentially making Old Town it's just treated differently from an hours perspective for the class 1 and 2, and that maybe it's changed to 10 at a minimum and it goes up to 12, or maybe it's just 12 just to throw that out. Maybe you want to talk about that. So I think that's something that made sense to me.
Well, I mean, so let's back up just a minute and say why are we doing this, right? I'm not worried about an extra rowdy night at Topspin where ping pong gets out of hand and a fight emerges on the street with paddles or something, right? Honestly, that is not why we're here tonight. We're here because we have had some truly bad actors in our city who have created problems and working beyond what they are authorized to do, whether it's just straight out illegal alcohol sales or, operating as a nightclub when in fact they're not, able to. And then, the deepest concerns I have, because I've seen this and I've worked those incidents where people's lives have been lost because of overcrowding and bad conditions related to fire code violations. Those are devastating incidents, and we certainly never want to see that happen in this city. That's what we're here talking about. I'm not worried about some sort of poetry night at the coffee club that goes till 11. I just, so I'd like to see us be a little less prescriptive on the Class 1s and Class 2s, quite frankly, and I don't mind us going till 10 o'clock. I don't mind us, hitting midnight in, most areas of Old Town, and maybe we need to expand that a little bit to the Promenade area and others, that don't have direct access or proximity to residential, right? So maybe we need to be a little bit more thoughtful on what zones we're really considering for these longer license types. But again, I think the point here is to to knock down the bad actors who have caused tremendous problems in Old Town, especially over the last. This never happened in Temecula except for the last couple of years. It became the Wild West down there, and so this is the response. So rather than make our good businesses and owners who have had a good relationship in our community and doing the right things get punished, let's make sure we actually focus on the real issue here. Now, it's not to say that Topspin doesn't one day become the rowdy. I shouldn't keep using you. I apologize. It's good advertising, though, right? But I mean, really, that's the goal here, is to avoid those issues, right? You mentioned, and I want to get back to one of the things that and I'm sorry I forget your name, that you mentioned earlier regarding the collection of fees at the door, right? What do the young kids call it? I'm so old right now for some reason. Cover charge.
Cover charge.
Can you pay by Venmo? A cover charge, right? I mean, you made some really salient points that I had never really considered regarding, the cover charge, especially with regard to the security being able to cover that cost, but also just, addressing the clientele and the stability of the clientele and other things that we're all in favor of, I think, generally. So I don't want to necessarily shoot from the hip tonight on this. I think we've had some really good conversation. I think we've had some, good discussion. I'm not sure we're quite ready to vote on this and bring this out yet. I hate to say that because I know a tremendous amount of work, and I know we all, had the presentations, or I'm assuming we all did, ahead of this. But listening to some of the other comments, getting some input from, some of the owners I know and all that, I'd hate to put something together that we let run for a year and then we don't feel like we've, hit the right target, and we're, inadvertently suppressing certain kinds of businesses or activities.
Well, Matt, if we established everyone at midnight and the Class 1s could close anytime they wanted prior to midnight?
Well, but then it gets to the issue that we mentioned earlier, which is those proximity to, residential, right? And I don't know if I'm comfortable just drawing the map tonight and saying, well, these zones I think are okay, but these aren't, right? I think maybe we need just a little bit more clarity on what do those zones look like? Where do we think this is, these hours of operations are most important? I'd like to get back to the conversation that leads staff to evaluate the cover charge issue
Can I speak to that right now?
Yeah, please.
The cover charge is only prohibited for restaurants, because if you're a restaurant, you don't need a cover charge. So if you have a live entertainment or license and you're going to have a nightclub, you'll be permitted to have a cover charge. So that's just the clarification there. It's only prohibited for restaurants. And that's speaking directly to the morphing idea that if you're a restaurant, then you're a restaurant. You're not a restaurant in the morning or in the daytime, in the evening, and then you turn in to a nightclub. So that's what that's speaking to. So right now in Old Town, there are no CUPs that allow for nightclubs. No one is permitted to do a nightclub. We have many, many restaurants that morph into nightclubs. So we have heard some tonight talk about their restaurants turning into nightclubs. Though no one is permitted to be a nightclub in Old Town as of today. So that's just some clarification on the cover charge issue.
Okay, thank you.
Which, that's what this is designed to do, is to, bring those restaurants in, apply for a nightclub or Class 3 permit, which would then allow them to be, correct?
We have a lot of, just like I mentioned, we have restaurants that have morphed into nightclubs. So if they continue, if they want to do that, continue to do that, this gives them an avenue to come in and kind of get right with the regulations. So they can recognize what they're doing, get a license for it, and move on. This isn't about the good actors that are doing this. It's about bringing those people in, getting them underneath the umbrella of the regulations, working together, understanding the rules, building the relationship, for an incredibly low rate as far as we're concerned. We see this in other cities, and the class 3 is $8,000. So it's meant to give them an avenue to continue what they're doing, but get it under a legal status, right? Without, because right now, there are good actors that are morphing into more nighttime entertainment activity. We don't want to shut them down because they're good actors. We want to give them an opportunity to have an avenue to become right with the regulations.
That makes sense, yeah, that helps.
Does that also mean that code is going to have to go in and reevaluate if they change the makeup of and use of that facility, that their occupancy limits would also necessarily be reevaluated?
That's correct, and that's a significant issue, because right now, and even if they are good operators, and there are many, these are technicalities for public safety that need to be addressed. We want to allow them to continue to do that, but we have to address these public safety issues.
Got it.
And so that permit allows us to do that. I mean, because it makes
It brings
us aware-
it brings
makes us
the
aware,
applicant,
yeah.
it brings the owner of the business to the table to start discussing those things and to get a license to continue on. Because right now, we can't initiate that, the CUP amendment on our own. We have to issue violations and go through the punishment route. And we'd rather go through a mutual beneficial route, which is what the intent of the license is supposed to be for, so.
Well, that helps me. I mean, yeah, that helps me.
Okay. Any others? So what's the?
Just out of curiosity,
Yes.
I just thought of this. Okay, so we'll go back to the Italian restaurant because you brought that up. That's a great point. But if we look at Class 1, which doesn't have any alcohol beverages to it, typically if we're going to go to a restaurant, like an Italian restaurant, a lot of them are going to have those distilled spirits, beers and stuff like that. So,
And wine.
yeah, I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two of them. I mean, I get one doesn't have alcohol, but how many coffee shops truly stay open, or restaurants that don't serve alcohol stay open typically after 9? What does that look like?
Well, I can only speculate, and
Yeah,
I would
no, that's
speculate
good.
that it's not many.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was just my question. I'm just kind of caught up in this little pinwheel here,
The-
trying to
the,
figure that out.
The example that we have been using, amongst ourselves at staff is something that I've seen down in San Diego, for instance, where you have coffee shops. They're kind of a European-oriented style coffee shop that stay open till 2 a.m. And they just
Yes.
serve coffee. That's it, and people hang out till 2 a.m. And they'll have guitar players and they'll have other types of entertainment, but there's no alcohol.
Yeah.
It's just a coffee shop.
Do we have many of those here?
We don't have any of those, but.
That's why I'm thinking, I'm going, okay, just keep pondering
Yeah.
this as we're talking.
But those are typically those have been the ones I've seen, are they're not in the entertainment district of the city. They're in more, mixed-use residential, commercial areas throughout the city.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, which could be impactful to Uptown as it develops.
Yeah.
Well, and if I may, and I think that might, that should be a goal of ours, right? Like, it shouldn't be all drinking until, 2 in the morning. There is value in people going to dinner, getting dessert, and having coffee, even if it's late. I know I certainly appreciate the wanting to pause, but I almost suspect it's probably best that we at least entertain this, and then just revisit some of the more nuanced pieces of it that we can really drill down on. Because I think, staff has certainly put a ton of time in this, and then it really gives some certainty for the businesses in the community going forward versus, maybe pausing for 2-3 months, maybe more.
I'm not asking to pause. I'm just saying, if we were to, draw a little bit brighter line around where we expect, whether it's the Uptown Temecula, whether it's, Old Town or whether it's, Promenade. I mean, those are our three major areas for this type of activity, right? So as long as you're not near, residential or you're in those zones, and maybe we could just do that here tonight. But I'm just saying, where would we apply later hours of operation and allow that kind of flexibility to create that kind of, rather than foreclose on it, right? Because part of the issue is going to be somebody, as we're trying to revitalize, the uptown, and they come in and say, geez, they only allow coffee shops to stay open till 9. I mean, we don't want to foreclose on businesses that we don't have.
It doesn't say coffee shops can only stay open till 9. It says that the entertainment under Class 1 ends at 9, and the coffee shop can stay open forever.
And
if it wants to go to 10, then it's in a Class 2. If it wants to go to midnight, it can be a Class 3.
Yeah.
So there's some clarification here. So you mentioned the Promenade. The Promenade is a specific plan.
Right.
So the specific plan governs what goes on there right now. So the specific plan there would actually have to be amended to recognize this ordinance. Just like the Old Town specific plan will have to be amended to recognize this ordinance. So wherever there's a specific plan, the specific plan will govern. And those are typically already, most of our specific plans aren't urban specific plans, they're residential specific plans. It doesn't practically matter because there's not really a ton of commercial in those specific plans. Most of them, there's none.
Right.
So you're really talking about Old Town, you're talking about the Promenade, and then you're talking about all other commercial areas that do not have a specific plan currently on top of them, which is, shopping centers and things like that. So those would be the areas. So if we're going to talk about hours and what you're mentioning, it's really Old Town and then commercial shopping centers throughout the town.
Okay.
There's really two options.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, can we bump it to 10? Just, for the Class 1 and 2s? I don't know.
I really don't think that is going to be super impactful.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either. I just think it's a weird that,
I think,
That's why I just.
I'm just saying, let's just
everybody.
extend it a little bit, see how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on that a little bit. I apologize, but.
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it's not a hard and fast line. It doesn't have to be 9 o'clock. This is just the proposal that we put together based on best practices from other cities. The council wants to change the hours, then and especially a tweak like 9 to 10, I really don't think that's going to be a big deal.
I know.
I said 12, just settle on everybody at 12, and if they're going to close, they're going to close.
But I would recommend that we do bring this back to the council in 1 year for an update and say, this is what we're seeing. We've had these experiences with applicants in our commercial centers. I think it's going to be very clear what people want to do in Old Town. They don't want to go to midnight. But, we're getting a lot of interest in the shopping centers to go to midnight. Maybe we need to think about that. Or maybe we haven't gotten any interest in the shopping centers and our regulations might be calibrated, fairly. So I think we should come back in a year.
Okay.
And give you an update.
Good. All right, any others? All right, looking for a motion.
Motion.
I'll read the title, and then also we have the fee resolution that would be part of that motion. This would be an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Temecula, amending Titles 9 and 17 of the Temecula Municipal Code to include entertainment licenses, further clarifying the definitions of restaurants, entertainment, taverns, and bars, and provide regulations for private security operators, and establishing noise standards for mixed-use developments within a residential component, and finding that this ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Mr. Mayor, can we clarify that that's to 10 p.m.?
Yep. Please, thank you. 10:15.
Stop.
Stop.
The motion
Stop
is
it.
by who?
Myself.
Second.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, thank you. That passes 5-0. All right, moving on from the public hearings, we have business items. Item number 20, introduce ordinance amending section 2.04-.020 of the Temecula Municipal Code relating to the time of city council meetings. If we could have just a brief report there, Ms. Randy Joel.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, over the last few years, the agenda of the City Council reviewed and acted upon at its regular meetings has grown structurally, with the addition of board and commission reports, public safety reports, items to be discussed at future agendas, and more. The length of the agenda and meetings has grown. The opportunity for residents to view and listen to meetings has also kept pace, as the meetings are now accessible via live stream on multiple devices, in addition to the traditional Channel 3. As such, it is recommended that the City Council change the start time of regular meetings to 6 p.m. from 7 p.m. and amend the municipal code to reflect the same. As a technical housekeeping measure, the municipal code section will also reflect the current City Hall address of 41,000 Main Street. I do have one speaker on this item, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, let's bring up the first speaker.
The one and only speaker is Bob Kell.
Evening, Bob.
Hi there. It might be trivial, but there are a certain group of people that, like myself at one time, that had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, drive to Anaheim, or take the bus and train, and then work all day and come back and then try to make a city council meeting. And I thought that, that this was really good having it at 7. It was very inclusive for people, working people like myself. Having it at 6 was very difficult. I had to take off work early and use my car instead of taking the train to Anaheim. So it's just a thing. Maybe there's something in between. Maybe it could be started at 6:30, and maybe I could have picked up a hamburger on the way, ate it in the car, on the train, or whatever. But just having it a little later was good for Temecula. Actually, it was the only city around that gave this inclusiveness of adding us who were working to be able to come to a meeting like this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any others? No. Then moving on to council comments, questions, anything?
Well, I'll just say that, in the first hour and a half usually is pretty mundane stuff. It's usually after that. So, and that's what we're finding out. Here we are at 10:20, and we still haven't gotten to, the meat of one of the items. And so that's where the whole idea was generated, because that first chunk, maybe hour and a half of every meeting is just procedural. So, if you can't get here till 7, you're not going to miss anything, basically. And so that's I think the thought amongst council and staff was we could get out of here before 10 instead of 11 or 12 or. So that was our thought.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Zach?
Do we need to extend this meeting?
No.
Are we still good? Okay, I can't see that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think over the years there's been some marathon council meetings, but it certainly seems like over the last few years they've gotten longer and longer and longer. I know moving up the public safety report, moving up the commission reports is really good for the community. They get to hear that straight away before they go to bed, especially for our younger kids. But then, that puts us at 10:30, 11, 11:30, 12, and the like, which most folks end up, even if they're streaming it, fall asleep with the laptop on their lap and whatever. Fully supportive of this. And these are long meetings. We can start a little bit earlier. I understand the folks commuting, but I think Councilmember Stewart, you pretty much nailed it on the head. We can get through some of those presentations in the beginning. If there's an item that someone genuinely wants to speak on that's later, they'll certainly have time to do so. Looking forward to starting at 6.
All right. Any others? All right, well, I'll just say that I made the mistake once in my career of asking a group of students what time they would like to have class. And that was the one and only time I ever did that, because the consensus we reached was basically in nobody's best interest, and especially mine. And so I will say that I'm happy to see this move to 6 o'clock, and let's try it out for a year. And if it doesn't work out, and Bob, if you need a hamburger, you let me know, and I'll have one here for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Please
And
cast your votes.
I have to read the title. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Temecula amending Section 2.04.020 of the Temecula Municipal Code relating to the time and place of meetings.
Peter, are you okay?
Let me get that man some water.
Oh, my gosh.
Aaron, take care of our city attorney. Come on.
It was just so magnificent.
Such a
He's at a loss of words. Yeah,
I understand. It's just, we've all been just wanting 6 o'clock for so long, Peter. It's just bringing a tear to my eye.
It's so good.
It's beautiful.
I don't know where that came from.
All right, please cast your votes.
That is so out of character for you, Peter. That's so funny.
Oh, and in honor of our city attorney, that passes 5-0.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that is unanimous, and we will be making a slight adjustment to your adjournment tonight. We will be adjourning to 6 p.m. on April 12th versus the 7 p.m.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item number 21, receive and file Temecula Safe Massage Enforcement Update, Long Range Project number 22-0174. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. Wish this was the 6 o'clock meeting now, you know? So we've got the City Council update on our Temecula Safe program for massage. We're excited to be here tonight. We've got our Metro team who came in on some of their days off too in the back as well, so appreciate them coming down. So a little bit of overview of what we're going to talk about tonight. The City Council had asked for an update on Temecula Safe, this program that we provide that focuses on safety in this community, and really one of our focuses for the mayor this year. So tonight's presentation will cover how do we get here, what do we do, how have we succeeded, and where are we going? And I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. In terms of the background, we obviously know massage establishments can be a beneficial part of our community. They're part of tourism, health, wellness, all those different things. But they can also serve as a front for illicit activity. So in terms of the legal system, massage has been recognized for a very, very long time that it can serve as a legal front. And because of that, the City Council in 1999 adopted its first massage ordinance. 2008, the state decided to pass a law called SB 731. And the reason that they passed this law for some legitimate reasons were that some cities required some serious barriers for legitimate operators. So if someone that was a massage therapist in one city would have to get another license in another city, and it really was burdensome. So there was some legitimacy to that law. That patchwork really impacted those legitimate operators. But instead of just dealing with the problem, the state came in and said, we're going to take away all local control. And so massage was required to be treated like other personal services, like giving a haircut. And so a long history of illicit operations was ignored by SB 731. So what happened? Well, the state passed more laws because cities fought back and they decided, well, we're going to still go after this. And then the state passed another law. And so what happened after they passed all these laws? Well, there's an enormous increase in massage establishments statewide. Some cities experienced well over a 700% increase in massage establishments. There was a huge increase in complaints regarding prostitution and human trafficking. And many cities' resources were heavily impacted because the only way to deal with these establishments was to do undercover operations. At one point, the city of Temecula had 60 massage establishments, and some of these were unpermitted. They just came into the city and operated. So being that we're a safe city, we wanted to fix the problem, but the state, of course, decided that SB 731 was finally a failure at one point. They also realized that while dealing with the massage therapist regulation and their certification is fine at the state level, cities really needed to be involved in the local regulation. So the state did all those things. They regulated massage therapists and the schools. And then they said, we're going to give back that local control. We're not very good at it. So then the state passed all these laws and all these laws. And finally they realized, okay, all these other things that we've done, we need to give a little bit more local control back because this isn't working very well. So to recap, state brought a new law in, created a lot of problems, and then they returned local control. So what do we do with that? Well, our city attorney keeps us advised of frequently evolving laws, as you've seen the very long list of laws we've experienced. In 2019, the City Council adopted the revised massage ordinance, again, part of our Temecula Safe commitment. In 2019, we put a cap on massage-only establishments at 1 per 10,000 residents, so that would allow for 11 massage establishments within the city. But obviously, if we have good operators, we're going to continue to let them operate. We also implemented a 3-strike system, and we also implemented an immediate revocation if a license had a serious event, so prostitution, other things like that. Alcohol, drugs, living on the premises, and inappropriate equipment also is a part of those immediate revocation serious offenses. So the ordinance also did some other things. Again, when we take a look at ordinance, we also try to be business friendly, so we synchronized renewals so we weren't having business license plus massage permit at different times of the year. And then we reduced confusion. We want to make sure that everybody was on the same page. And really, one of our frontline planning staff came up with a great idea to have a streamlined application that unified everything and make it easier for everyone and explained it step by step. So how have we succeeded? Well, we streamlined the process and reduced incomplete applications significantly. We reduced the number of visits that people have to get their applications submitted. And then we came in with the interdisciplinary team. We've got our building and safety team, city attorney team, code enforcement, fire, planning, Riverside County Sheriff's, state EDD, and California Massage Therapy Council all working towards creating safe establishments within the city of Temecula. On the slide above, you'll see that we had approximately 35 licensed establishments in 2018, but there were many more that were unpermitted, just operating in the city, ignoring state and city laws. We had a bit of an uptick, you'll see, in 2019 and 21, and that was really as we started to align the business license and the massage establishment license, they kind of came into play. And we had some operators that were legitimate, like day spa operators, where they were not a full-blown massage-only establishment. So in total, we reduced from approximately 60 massage establishments in the city down to about 33 this year. I do have some of our Metro team here to speak briefly on the law enforcement kind of perspective on this issue as a part of Temecula Safe.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council and staff. Like you said, I think Brandon really covered a majority of this already, and I know it's been a long night, so I'll make it short. However, we have done a few operations so far in the last few months on massage parlors specifically to bring everyone under the ordinance to make sure that everyone's following the rules of the ordinance that the city has in place. We plan on continuing that enforcement going forward throughout the coming months, and we're happy to work with our local our partners with code, fire, building and safety. We all work together and make it possible. So we will continue our efforts with that enforcement. Any questions?
All right, so thinking about all the things we've done, we want to talk a little about where we're going next. So we're going to focus on better collaboration and faster reviews with our police partners, more regular inspections. We're working on improved data and analytics to really understand any issues that may arise or disturbing trends if there are any, and developing new tools for field staff. We just developed a new field staff tool for our police partners and code enforcement, and then we're using other resources as needed in our state and federal partners. And then if we continue to have issues, we'll take legal steps as needed. So with that, that's our Temecula Safe update on massage in Temecula. We're available for questions. Again, the Metro team is. We're happy to answer any of those for this evening.
Nobody wants to touch this one. Several years ago, when I was there was an accident on the freeway. I was driving home late at night and ended up cruising down Jefferson at about 11 o'clock on a Thursday. And the number of neon lights that I saw for open, massage establishments, I stopped counting at 12 in just a handful of blocks. And it struck me hard that we were all of a sudden having all these establishments operating. And I'm thinking, how many people are have a sore back at 11 o'clock at night on a Thursday in Temecula? I think the result of this, candidly, was, a crackdown on a lot of illicit activity in our city. The stories I heard from our law enforcement folks in that process shined a very bright light on the sex trafficking and all of that. And to see that we've, been able to reduce that by almost 50% in a very short amount of time is wonderful news. And I look forward to seeing more success in the future and make sure that these establishments are valid and beneficial to our community, not eroding public safety and well-being. So thank you all for your efforts there, and appreciate the work that's gone into this so far. Thank you for the update. Okay, so moving on to item number 22, consider term limits for city council members at the request of subcommittee members Alexander and Edwards. Let's see, how do we want to start this? Do we want to give an update from city clerk first? Yes, okay, please.
Yeah, so just for the record, at the January 18th, 2022 meeting, the City Council unanimously approved the placement of the term limit item on a future agenda at the request of Councilmember Alexander. At the February 8th meeting, the council discussed the matter generally and created a subcommittee consisting of council members Alexander and Edwards to review the topic and make related recommendations to the full council. The subcommittee met on March 8th, and while the subcommittee was unable to reach consensus, it had a thorough and thoughtful discussion on the matter and discussed the pros and cons of term limits, the number of terms, and options for breaks or lifetime terms. The pros and cons discussed included, but were not limited to, introducing new opinions and ideas, encouraging new resident participation, adding diversity of life experiences, the loss of institutional knowledge, experience, relationships with state and federal legislatures, and the loss of seniority on regional boards, etc. As the subcommittee was unable to reach consensus on these items, it is recommended that the City Council discuss the matter further tonight and provide staff with general direction on the following items. Number 1, does the City Council wish to place term limits for elected officials on the local ballot? Number 2, if yes, what number of terms would be the limit, and would the limit be lifetime? Depending upon the direction of the City Council, staff will either return with a proposed ordinance for placement on the ballot or table the matter until such time that a future City Council or this City Council wishes to discuss the item further or follow any other direction that is provided by City Council tonight. Mr. Mayor, that concludes staff's report.
Okay, thank you. I think, let's see, any questions? Let's start there. All right, not seeing any, then do we have any public comments?
Mr. Mayor, we do have 4 public comments.
All right, let's go ahead and run down the list, please.
Okay, the first speaker is Bob Cowell, to be followed by Jody Christopher.
All right, welcome back, Bob.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes, so I don't think I can. Anyway, you know that I put term limits in Murrieta, but it was a term limit light. It was 2 terms in, 1 term out. You could come back if you were good enough, or people wanted you back. So it was meant to get rid of the bureaucratic system and put it back to the citizen government by the citizen rather than government by the bureaucracy. That was my intent on all the things that I do are intended to put the hands of power back into the people instead of the government running the people. So term limits is one of many things that we can do, and I think this is the right step to try to do this tonight if you can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob.
The next speaker is Jody Christopher, to be followed by Jessica Christopher.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, department chairs, and other city employees. My name is Jody Christopher, and I've lived in Temecula for over 22 years. First, thank each and every one of you, especially the officers that were here, for your service to this great city. In the years I have lived in Temecula, I have only taken enough concern on 2 issues of complaint to address this board. I have spoken in front of you several times, in fact, to thank you or ask you for support for our veterans and our Veterans of Foreign Wars Post. Tonight, however, is the second of those concerns. I support term limits for our city council. The main argument that I've heard voiced by some of our city council members is that we do already have term limits in place called elections. This really is a farce and it's a fallacy. Incumbents have a huge advantage in elections through increased name recognition and the likelihood of raising more money than the challenger can raise. The re-election rate for incumbents across the United States at all levels of government is over 90%, meaning incumbents are practically unbeatable. When was the last time a Temecula council incumbent was defeated? None of our current 5 members won against an incumbent. As of October 2020, governors are term limited in 36 of 50 states. Term limits bring new people into elected offices with new ideas. Where rotation in the legislative branch has withstood court challenges, term limits continue to garner popular support. In states with rotation, public support for term limits has increased from 60 to 78%. If term limits were bad for the public, wouldn't the opposite be true? Another argument is that we would lose legislative experience and political partnership and cachet. While this may be true, if you look at the prior experience of our current city council, that doesn't really hold water. Mary Ann Edwards has served on our city council for 17 years. But she served from 1989 local in the community on the Temecula Valley USD board, serving on steering committees for city projects and dozens of nonprofits, giving her serious cachet and name recognition. She didn't have to fight for her office. She was appointed for a vacating Jeff Stone. Matt Ron has served for 8 years. You had great cachet fighting against Granite and the quarry. You were in front. I think you spoke at more city council meetings during that fight than I actually watched. So you gained considerable cachet. You also had a lot of work in conservation forces and water government working with other city governments. You were voted in to replace a retiring Ron Roberts. Stu, 6 years, you'll serve 8 with this term. You worked on the Rancho California Water District. We've discussed that sitting in the hot tub and how bad Sacramento is at, local water. You filled in for the vacancy of Chuck Washington as he moved up to the County Board of Supervisors. Zach, it's 4 years. You're up this year. Community Services Commission from 2013 till you were elected. This is another chance for you to gain name recognition and cachet. You replaced a retiring Jeff Comanchero, who actually was sitting in the back not too long ago. Jessica, you served 2 years, you'll serve 4. You had extensive experience on presidential and embassy staffs, and you worked for a large metropolitan police force. This idea that we will lose cachet with political, every one of you have had that political experience before you came here and sat on our council. It's great to have long-serving members, but we also need new blood. The president has term limits, as do 36 governors and the California state legislators. When a foreign leader attempts to rescind his own limits, we are the first nation whose diplomats stand up to object. The idea has roots as old as democracy itself. It has become a part of our national fabric. In fact, George Washington imposed term limits on himself. It's time to bring term limits to Temecula. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Christopher, to be followed by our final speaker, Jeff Comanchero.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. He's so good, isn't he? Gotta wonder why he married me, huh? Okay, so we need to change leadership, and I'm not saying anybody here is doing a bad job, okay? We need the change of leadership in this state, and that is why we need term limits on the city council level. Marietta has them, and they are done in a way that would let current people run again after a short break. We have true conservatives running for school board, and we need a place to push them up to as a training ground. We have people who sit on the city council indefinitely. We don't need don't have a place to push them to learn. This will help the state regain some much-needed balance in the capital, and the only way we can do that effectively is by getting people in place who are conservatives and willing to push upwards. If the city seats are full, like with people like Ron Roberts, and I'm not saying he was a bad guy, who stayed a few decades, that leaves no room for others to get experience and move upward. In addition, rotation of leadership helps with so many things. Sometimes a break can give some perspective too. Therefore, we need to support term limits. I want you to be a team player like Melissa Melendez and see the bigger picture. Stu, Deborah Thomas said you supported that. So I apologize.
All right.
And our last
Mr.
speaker,
Comachero,
Mr.
please come up.
Comachero.
Jeff, it's wonderful to see you.
Good evening. I looked at my watch and now I remember why I retired.
Right.
Let me just get my act together here. Okay, let me start off by saying, well, hello, and it's nice to see you all, but I find it extraordinarily ironic that all of you and me are so vehemently opposed to SB 9 because it usurps local control.
Mm-hmm.
And yet some of you are eager to take that very same kind of control away from your own residents by usurping their right to vote for the candidate of their choice. That's something to think about. Anyway, there are 19,495 cities in the United States. 85% of them do not have term limits. Thad Kauser, chair of the political science department at UC San Diego, UC San Diego, compared term limited bodies to airport terminals, which is interesting. Someone is always coming, someone is always going, and then there are always people who can't seem to find their way to the ticket counter. It's a good analogy. Experienced council members in Temecula have had significant impact on regional, national organizations, as well as the state. You don't build that in a term or two. No. We've had cases where Marianne, because of her relationship over the years with Congressman Ken Calvert, got us $90 million for Murrieta Creek. Ron Roberts, because of his relationships at the state, got us $7 million to build a new library that is the most beautiful library anywhere around. You don't just knock on a congressman's door and say, give me $90 million. They're not going to listen to you. They won't even let you in their office. It takes those relationships. I've heard it said that long tenure leads to abuses. Where? Show me examples of that in Temecula. Where have there been abuses and when? Because I've worked with just about everybody from day one and I haven't seen it. Another argument is that term limits allow for new and fresh faces. There are many avenues for people to bring forward new ideas. You don't have to be on the city council. It's very rare when a sitting council member refuses to take a meeting with a citizen who has new ideas. Shouldn't happen, and it generally doesn't. There are commissions you can get appointed to. There are countless nonprofits, and anybody can come before you, just as I'm doing tonight, and bring forward whatever ideas they may have. You know, very early on in my council tenure, a 14-year-old kid stood in the well at an old City Hall building on Diaz and told us that we needed a skate park. And we not only listened to him, but we actually built it. That's how new ideas flourish. A 14-year-old kid who was probably smarter than I was at the time, probably still is. And lastly, it said that incumbents always win, so nobody else can get elected. Well, let me take you through a little bit of the history of Temecula, and I'll go through this quickly. 1989, 5 new council members were elected. We were a brand new city. 91, 1 incumbent was defeated, 1 stepped down. We had 2 new council members. 1995, 1 incumbent left the state, creating an open seat. 1997, 1 incumbent retired, 1 open seat. 99, 2 incumbents decided not to run, 2 open seats. 2003, an incumbent was defeated. 2005, 1 incumbent was elected to higher office, creating a vacancy. 2014, 1 incumbent retired, another open seat. 2015, another council member left for a higher office, creating another seat. 2016, 1 incumbent was defeated. 2018, 1 incumbent retired. And 2020, another incumbent retired. Some incumbents deserve to be reelected, and they should be. Some don't, and they should be defeated. And that's what's happened in our city from the beginning. In fact, 3 of you sitting up here were elected to open seats. Stu, you beat an incumbent, contrary to what was said a minute ago.
I did too.
You know, the notion that there is no opportunity is a specious argument. An article published by the National League of Cities said the following about term limits. The election process itself already serves as the antidote for long-serving local officials who are no longer responsive to their citizens. Term limits may also be seen as an infringement on the democratic process, as citizens are restricted from selecting the candidate they may see as the most qualified. Still question the constitutionality of that on the local level. I know that constitutionally the president's limited to 2 terms. In March of 1997's Measure C park tax election, I don't know how many of you remember that anymore, then Mayor Pat Bartzall said, you know what she said, I trust the voters of Temecula. And she was right. In an election that required 2/3 majority to pass, we got 78% who elected to allow us to continue collecting a tax for our parks. Well, I trust our citizens too, and so should you. Term limits do nothing but insult their intelligence and their integrity. I urge you not to vote to put this on the ballot. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Comachero. All right, well, we are on to council comments, and I think I would like to open it up to our subcommittee members first to tell us how their conversation went and any insights into this process first. So who would like to speak first?
I was going to say you want to because you brought the item. You should probably speak first. Oh, okay. It was a very cordial meeting, and I think we are still probably as far apart as we were when we went in, but it was a very cordial meeting. I find this interesting. Mr. Cow, first of all, I'm not opposed to term limits. I'm just opposed to the council putting the term limits on the ballot, because that implies that we support term limits, or that we are doing it because we want it. The only time the city council's ever put anything on the ballot, we have supported it, and that would be Measure C and Measure S. So to put this on the ballot ourselves seems to be the wrong way. There's a constitutional process in place for term limits and for people to bring term limits. And Mr. Cowell, I agree with you 100%. You stood there 25 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago and said, government by the citizen, not government by bureaucracy. If we, who you're calling the bureaucracy, put term limits on the ballot, that is government by bureaucracy. If we let the constitutional process run like it's supposed to, the citizenry are the people who generate the interest in term limits. And they talk to people and they solicit signatures, and that is government by the citizen. So I agree with you. You obviously agree with me, because you said it first, not government by bureaucracy. We should not be putting this on the ballot. It's the government by the citizen. It's the residents that need to put it on the ballot. Secondly, contrary to what was said, I lost an election, even with my name recognition as a volunteer for all those years and being a longtime resident. I lost an election. I did not give up. I stayed. I volunteered. I was asked by someone, a very good friend of mine who is a wonderful mentor, if I would run for the school board. And I said no. But I was so involved with the schools. So I ran for the school board. And I beat an incumbent, a very popular incumbent. Served on the school board, and yes, I was appointed to my seat. Just as Stu, you were appointed to your seat? No, you just ran. You ran for yeah. You beat an incumbent. So I beat an incumbent for the school board. I was appointed to serve on the city council because of my experience in continuing to work with the city, and I attended every council meeting because we love this city, and I attended all the city events and the ribbon cuttings and all that simply because we love this city. So serving on the council, I did beat an incumbent on the council also in 2017. An incumbent was running in my district against me, and I beat that incumbent. So I've lost an election. I beat two incumbents, and so that's contrary to what was said. I find it really interesting that Jeff stood up, and there was change on this council. It sounded like every single cycle. Every 4-year cycle, there seemed to have been change. And I know we had a period of time where there was no change, when it was, the five of us stayed for quite a while. But were we stale? Did we implement new ideas? Look out the front windows tomorrow, and everything you see, touch, or experience in Temecula was a new idea established and adopted by the city council. And we continue to listen to our residents, who are the best source for new ideas, and implement those new ideas. So I say don't buck the constitutional process. Let term limit, if the residents want term limits. And also, the city conducts resident surveys every couple of years, every 2-3 years. And those resident surveys started in 2007. From 2007 to the time COVID hit, the city's approval rating was 94%, anywhere from 90 to 94%. Residents were so happy, they loved Temecula. Now, when we had COVID, that dropped a little bit. It dropped down to, I believe, 88%. But having an 88% overall approval rating by your residents is tremendous. And if we took the survey again, I would think that it would, start to rise again up to that same percentage. There has been no interest in term limits because residents are happy with Temecula. Now, there were a couple of individuals who tried to initiate term limits, and they were not able to gather enough signatures to get it on the ballot, so they gave up. That, to me, indicates that the residents like things the way they are, between that and the surveys. So that is empirical data that says residents are happy. And we hear that all the time, how much residents love Temecula and how happy they are. So new ideas, new blood, and I don't have anything against that, but don't take my vote away. Term limits artificially manipulates elections by removing a person that's been there for a while, or maybe not for a while, but it artificially manipulates for what purpose? Just because you want to? Just because you think it's a good idea? You may think it's a great idea, but you're taking away the votes of residents. The other thing that's critical right now is, that almost every city in California and school district and even water districts now were forced to move to district representation rather than at-large representation in the city where all council members represent the whole city. And nobody favored moving to districts, forcing to districts, because we've always worked with the best of Temecula as a whole in mind. We care about the city, and I think we still think that way. I know I do. I still think about the city as a whole because it's our city. We love it. So when we moved from at-large elections to districts, prior, when we were at-large, a resident had 5 people that they could complain to. And if this person didn't listen, they could move to this one. If this person didn't agree, they could move to this one. Those 5 options or connections or decision makers are now reduced to 1 because of districts. So if your council member disagrees with you or doesn't listen to you in your district, and I don't think that we're guilty of that, but we aren't going to be here forever. You now only have 1 person to talk to complain to share your issues with. If that person doesn't want to deal with it, you're out of luck. So 5 options, now you're down to 1. Now you're proposing that we take that 1 option and people who like voting for that person, if that person has a great track record, you want to artificially remove that 1 choice and bring in somebody new with no experience? Now, if that is initiated by the citizens, if they pick up the torch and go out and work and collect signatures for term limits, that's fine, because as Bob Cowell said, that is government by the citizen. He likes that. It is not government by bureaucracy, the council putting it on the ballot, which implies that we support it. So those are just a few reasons. Don't take away the votes of the residents by removing the person that they might want to vote for or that they've shown a history of voting for. You want to take that choice away from them? Don't take my ballots away, or don't take my vote away. You know, you stand here and we argue for democracy and for freedom, yet you want to pull those votes away artificially. By the same token, we are all Temecula residents, and we love this city. Do not take away our constitutional right to run for office. You know, when your term is up, and you're no longer a council person. You're a resident. So as residents, we have as much right to run for office as anyone. But term limits, as you describe them, tell us we can't do that. They take away our right to run for office and represent our neighbors and friends that who have trusted us for the past, I don't know how many years. It can be it could be 4 years. Temecula residents are very engaged. They have always been engaged, and I hope that they continue to remain engaged in everything that happens to the city. Because they're our resource. They're everything. Residents are everything, and what they think is important to us, and we do listen. So, you know, it's artificial to manipulate. What you're really doing with term limits is manipulating elections. And I know I've heard Bob Cowell scream about elections that he felt were manipulated, and I believe it would have been the last presidential election that I've heard him talk about. Well, how can you turn around and want to manipulate our elections by removing the people that most residents have voted for and are happy with and like? There are so many reasons. If residents want to implement term limits, I'm all for it. Because again, Bob, you said government by the citizen, not government by bureaucracy. We should not put this on the ballot for any, we shouldn't even consider putting it on the ballot for all the reasons I just said, and we don't want to imply to residents that we are in favor of term limits, whether we are or not. So that's kind of my speech. And those are the points that I've made. Democracy, empirical data in the form of surveys, and other data that when people keep voting for the same person, that says something in itself. And I don't believe it says that Temecula residents are stupid or that they don't do their homework. But, to the contrary, as I started to say, Temecula residents are really engaged. And that's what has made our city so successful. Residents have gotten the kind of city that they want and love. And they have chosen to vote for people multiple times because of that. They do their homework. In the last presidential election, we had an 80% turnout. Unheard of. That is unheard of, 80%. And in the non-presidential years, we run between 60 and 70% turnout. So don't tell me residents don't care. They show up in huge numbers. You won't see those kinds of numbers anywhere. I mean, it's so rare to have that great of a turnout. And it's because they're passionate about their city. Don't limit their passion. Don't take their vote away. If they want to vote for the same person 500 times, that is their right. It is their vote. It's the one thing that they are free to do in this country. It's the one of the things that sets the United States apart is our freedom to vote and elect our elected officials. And now you want to take that vote away. I don't think it's right. If term limits are wanted by the residents, then, government by the citizen, all for it. Not government by bureaucracy. Mr. Cowell, you and I agree about something. It's amazing.
All right.
So, there you go.
All right. Well, before we move on, I'm going to ask for an extension for
Motion
the
to
meeting.
extend to 11:30. That doesn't mean we have to stay till 11:30.
All right. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Ms. Alexander, please.
All right, thank you to all the speakers. Your information is always needed. I love being able to hear every part and every aspect of each end of what you guys want and experience. So that being said, let's take a look. If we can look at everything, we have presidential elections are all done a 2-year term, correct? We also have state terms that are term limits as well. Sorry, it's getting late for me. This is why we're moving to a 6 o'clock time, which is going to be wonderful. County as well also has term limits. 7 of the 58, which is 12%, also have term limits here in California. So, and I'm looking also at our cities, and 25% of the cities in our counties also have term limits. Whether it's growing or not, I would like, and the reason why I brought it up, is to give the ability and the power to the people to be able to pick whether or not they want this for the city. If they don't, people don't have to, or people can say we don't want it. But let's give the ability to the people. People nowadays do not have the time always, especially with COVID, to be able to push this to the ballot. Right now, currently, they have till what, I think it's May right now? Is it correct? May they have to have this in by?
Yeah, it's a whole process that we would need to get qualified by June, July at the latest to place it on the ballot for the November 2022.
Which, if I'm sure, it typically takes about 6 months to get those signatures. Of what my understanding is, it takes a while to get those signatures. It's not something that can be just done overnight typically. So there's a lot of work involved with it. The next presidential, the next election that would be able to go through would be in 2024. So if the people want this, let them vote for it. If not, then they don't have to vote for it. They could just say no to it. I'm going to be honest with you. I see everybody here. It's 11 o'clock at night. We're all tired. Nothing got changed in that meeting. The same conversation that we had 2 weeks ago is the same conversation we're sitting here. So my recommendation is I'm going to ask for a motion. And if you want the term limits, great. If you don't want it. So I ask for a motion.
All right. Before we ask for a second, I'd like to hear from our other colleagues first.
Okay.
If we could, just to give them a chance to weigh in as well. And I'd like to make some comments myself too. So who's Mr. Schwank? Let's start here.
So maybe just to clarify, was that a motion? Or
That's a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion. Okay.
Yep.
I just wasn't, you said ask for a
Sorry,
motion.
it's late. I'm done.
Okay. You know, a little inside baseball, when I'd sit over there on commission, I would talk with Gary Yeomans about beating a dead horse, and I always promised him I wouldn't beat a dead horse. So Gary, if you're watching, I'm going to be succinct. I'm going to wrap this up. You know, some of the speakers brought up, our past experiences, and, that's a benefit. You want people that are engaged. You want people on commissions, right? You want people that have served to be up here. It's difficult to be up here. It's nuanced. It's thoughtful dialogue. It's working through issues to maintain what we have in our city, which take a lot of time, take a lot of effort, take a lot of heart. So I see the years that I spent on commission as learning how the city operates, learning what it means to be a council member, watching council members, listening to council members. And so I see that as value. The long-term council members that we have on our council, I view as mentors. I don't know everything. So it's important for me to be able to bounce ideas off of or gain perspective from Councilmember Edwards or Councilmember Ron, right? And Councilmember Stewart. You and I have been a little bit, on the new end, so it's a different relationship. But I view that as an important part of a collective body of folks. As far as new ideas go, we're constantly innovating. I was in 2 subcommittee meetings today, brand new ideas bringing forward to the city, fabulous ideas. So we're constantly innovating from whether it's staff or whether it's commissions that bring these items forward or whether it's residents. Several of the items were resident-driven, much like the skate park years ago. We're seeing that same level of interaction from our community. And it's incumbent upon us to be inclusive and really want that feedback. As a council member, I seek that out all the time. There's natural turnover. I don't need to go into the longest serving council member currently is Councilmember Edwards. Everyone else is 8 years, sub 8 years, right? That's not a long time. That's not a long time. 8 years for a city like ours, not a long time. Being responsive to our residents, I think, is our strength. I think from our commission outreach to what we do in the community, coffee with the mayor. I mean, how many cities can you go grab a cup of joe with the mayor and sit and chat about things? We do those things, so we are constantly responsive. And then districts, we don't have data on districts. We've all gone to districts. I said this at the last meeting. I would vote for 2 or 3 incumbents depending on the cycle, and that no longer exists. So we don't know what that means from not just a reelection perspective, but just from an engagement perspective. What does that mean going forward? So we don't have that data. And I brought this up again at the last meeting, the federal, state, the sort of negative connotations with that, imposing that on our city, doesn't speak for the people that I work with. I mean, there's a lot of good folks up here and on our commissions and staff, and to sort of blanketly label us as bureaucrats, I think is a cheap shot. And I rode my bike here, and I'll ride it home, and I walk my dog, and I go grocery shopping, and I run into Stewart Costco on occasion. It's like we're just not bureaucrats. So they exist in our world. That is politics for sure. But I think we're different at the local level. I think we're better at the local level. So those are just some of the things. And then, we are citizens. I've heard, we the people several times. That's who we are. I mean, we literally are the people. We all just live in a different neighborhood and represent our community as best we can. And there are checks on council members that don't perform or that struggle over time. And you see that, again, that natural turnover. So I certainly won't be seconding this, but, and that's all I've got.
Okay, Mr. Stewart.
All right. Well, I find it ironic that a lot of people think the president was always term limited. No, that wasn't until FDR. FDR won 4 terms as president. And the reason why that amendment was created, because they were afraid FDR was going to create basically a monarchy, and he was going to be the first king of the United States. Most people don't know that. That was not always, it was always a voluntary 2-term. They were following the Washington example. So that's kind of like a misnomer a lot of people don't quite understand. And it's funny because I'm a term limit guy, 100%. I think term limits should be applied at the federal level because my feeling is at the federal level, you lose all that personal relationship and connection with the voters. And so therefore, we can have long-term that, you feel like you have no power to put them down. So I've always been a term limit guy until I saw the state of California. And we've got term limits at the state of California, and it is a bigger mess today than before they implemented term limits. And that's what kind of got me thinking. Why is, and for me personally, I've lived in this valley 31 years. I guarantee you I know 10,000 people. I have a personal connection with 10,000 people in this valley. And I ran a citywide election in 2016, beat an appointed incumbent with $800. So it's not impossible, but what is impossible is if you don't get out there and be known. I'm very well known. The last election I didn't spend $1. And I beat a guy who was spending thousands of dollars. So it can be done, but it's done with relationships. And it's done with people's trust. I mean, they trust you. They believe in you, and therefore, we could talk all night, but even Jessica's, wanting to go to a vote, we still would have to discuss how many terms are we talking. Are we talking 2 terms? I would be wholly against 2 terms because I've been in 1.5 terms, and I feel like I still got things I need to get forward. And if you ever been in government, it's like pushing a turtle down a road, or trying to pull a jackass alongside, and the more you pull, they pull back on you. And that's what it feels like in government. So it takes a long time. Now, I'd be okay with 3 terms, but you'd have to get everybody to agree to that, So that's where I'm coming from. It is, and I agree with her that, and Mr. Comanchero, which I wholly respect because he is a diplomat. I mean, and so I totally respect what he was saying too. And so I could go either way on this, but I would have to say there would be a minimum of 3 terms and then done. So that would be the thing that if I were going to go anywhere, I would have to go that way. But but at a local level, I totally agree with Mr. Comanchero and Marianne here that it is more about relationships. I mean, I personally go to HOA meetings. So I go to the Meadowview HOA meetings. I go to the Temecula Hills. Chardonnay Hills, I've been to that. So I've built relationships with all these people in my district. And so the next person coming up, will they do that? Will they have that same representation? You don't know. I mean, possibly. But I mean, and maybe that's why people don't want term limits. I don't know. But I'm kind of at a loss right now because I'm a very big term limits at the level where you don't have that personal connection. Because that really is a hard nut to crack and I tried 2006 I ran, and 3 strong incumbents, missed it by 1,800 votes, spent $800 again. Yeah. 2008 I ran, missed it by, I don't even know how many votes because Mr. Comanchero, it was Mike Nagar and Chuck Washington. And they beat me pretty soundly, but I still got over 10,000 votes. So it's like, I get trying to break through the incumbency power because I was there. So, and you're right. You point all the way down here, we're all sitting here because someone stepped down. And so that seat was available. And so I totally get that whole argument. But it doesn't take tons of money. I did it. I did it by just making myself known and being part of this community for 31 years. Everybody knew who Stu was, and so that's how I did it. And so I do feel sometimes it isn't right to kick someone out if he or she has the support of the community. And so, when Mr. Comachero was talking about that, and Marianne about, restricting or taking away someone's right to vote for who they want to vote for, I get that too. So I'm swimming right now. So go ahead, Matt.
Can I throw you out a lifesaver?
Huh?
Can I throw a lifesaver out to you?
No, I want to hear from Matt.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Let me. So nobody likes change. Let's just start there, right? We like the status quo because it's recognizable, it's comfortable, and part of the struggle that we went through as a city was a conversation about districts, and boy, was that a heated conversation. We could not agree on the color of that map, and it was orange and yellow, and those two colors will always stick out in my mind. And I was on the losing end of that vote with you, Stu, I think, and we all had our reasons for why we voted. But the bottom line was the district issue, creating districts within the city, could be viewed under two different lenses. One of those was, it's a jab at local control. It takes away your voting ability, and it erodes your community's voice in selecting its leadership. The contrary to that, of course, was the development of districts provided a different kind of access with an emphasis on underrepresented folks in that community, right? And so you could look at it from two different perspectives. Does it work perfectly? No, it does not work perfectly, because there are plenty of communities who have followed very closely that redistricting process and still lack representation on their council or board. Term limits could be viewed in the exact same light depending on your perspective, right? Term limits themselves are potentially erosive to your constitutional rights of what you expect to be able to do to vote for those candidates and those people that you truly believe represent your community the best that they can. And conversely, it opens up opportunity for more inclusion and more equity across the voting population to open up more opportunities, right? And so here we are, you can't separate these two items, and you can't separate that conversation. Now, I will say that over the years that I've been working with the city, and especially over the last 4 to 6 years, when we started redoing our application pools for our boards and commission members, it stunned me when we finally had, a different way of dealing with that process. And we had one commission that Jackie sits on today that had 76 applicants, if I recall. I mean, it was incredible, right? And even our last process, we have now this depth of experience within this city that gives me the confidence that I think we've always had, that there's an incredible pool of folks here willing to dedicate their lives to service in this community. But I want to take a step back to the earliest parts of what cities and city councils were. I mean, I appreciate the correction on the history report, Stu, because a lot of people don't spend time to learn their history. But what are city councils really about? I mean, the first city councils, what were they for? Those groups of folks who came to these United States ultimately, and those colonies originally, and what were those leaders in that community there to do? Right? They were there to make sure that we didn't starve over the winter. Right? They were provided expertise to make sure that a disease outbreak didn't occur through the population. That we had the skills for farming or hunting or community protection and public safety. Right? Everybody had a particular skill set that they brought to that table. Somewhere along the line, and I'm not trying to underplay the importance of what a city council is or a county board of supervisors or anything, but somewhere along the line, these positions became elevated to a place that I don't, frankly and personally, believe that they deserve, right? And I've said this before at meetings, I'm just a dude that lives in Red Hawk. I have a specific skill set like we all do that I think lends itself well to this city and the operations, but let's be very clear about who really runs this city. It's our city manager sitting over there, right? It's our assistant city manager, our city clerk, our IT, our human resources, our police chief, our fire chief, our finance director. I mean, I want to go down the list. I do not pretend in any of my capacities and any of my capabilities in life to supplant my opinion for that of our public works director as a qualified and certified engineer, right? And if you ever saw my grades from physics or engineering courses, you would strongly agree with me on that, right? So if not for partial credit, I would never have passed those classes. And at that point in my life, I realized you can't build a bridge on partial credit. So, it's important for us to recognize who the leadership in this room includes, and it's not just us sitting at this dais. One of the things that was talked about was if you place this on the ballot, and I've heard this from several people, and I respect their opinions deeply, people will vote for it because there's a sentiment in this country that says term limits are good, right? I don't know if that's necessarily true because I also agree very deeply with Mr. Comachero saying, trust the people of Temecula. They do make the right decision. And then there's this dichotomy that says if we do place an item like this on the ballot, it does look like the city council, because there's only a dozen of you in this room at this late hour, and I don't know how many watching on TV or streaming, but if this is placed on the ballot by the city council, it also looks like we have our thumb on the scale. I mean, make no mistake, that really is the impression, right? That we have endorsed this. And while we I think did that for Measure C and Measure S, it's because we understood the importance and back in Measure C of being able to create a stable fund for our parks in the city, right? And so advocacy, while it didn't occur on behalf of the city itself, it certainly did happen with the city council, right? But this is one of those items that you would put on a ballot where I truly would like to see what a community would want to vote on, and I wouldn't want there to be this imprimatur of the city council. And there's only one other way of accomplishing that, and that is by what Ms. Edwards was talking about, is letting folks collect the signatures. And that's, for me, the challenge, the difficult part, right? Because, and I think, Jessica, you said it earlier and you said it aptly, is that we all have families, we all have lives, and we all are struggling to emerge from COVID and get our lives back to normal. And so taking time out of our lives to stand in front of Stater Brothers to gather signatures, in the thousands, is difficult. Being able to raise what I would estimate would be roughly $50,000 in campaign funds to be able to run a campaign like that is equally difficult. So here we are, we're stuck in a conversation where there is no good answer. And Stu, I understand what you're saying, you're swimming, because here we are, we've advocated for over a year and held a very strict line on saying we firmly believe in inclusion in this city. And this is one of those topics that folks in political circles talk about for increasing inclusion, right? I mean, so this is a tough situation to deal with, honestly. And so, I understand that there are three options that we have to sort of work through if we are going to move down the process. And I want to be really clear what the motion is that you made, because there's three steps we would need to take. The first step is, do we think term limits are important for the city of Temecula, yes or no? Right? I think that's kind of the first question, right? Maybe phrase it a different way, and if you would Madam City Clerk, phrase it slightly better for me here.
Well, it would just be certain. Does the city council wish to place term limits on the ballot?
Okay.
Yes or no?
So, so that's question number one. And so if that's your motion, without talking about timelines or any other option, is that a yes or no question? And I think that's the first thing that we need to address. So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
If I can say one thing, Stu, you had mentioned something. You were swimming, and I told you I'll throw you a lifesaver, because something that you said, if there was 3 terms and then kaput's done, you would be in on it. Let's put that up.
Well, yeah, okay. Let's talk about this, because
Well, no,
And
wait,
we're not
wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait,
that,
wait,
but I'm
hang
just
on.
saying there's the possibility that
Hang
that
on.
could be there.
I'd like to get through just that first item of, do we think there should be an item to discuss related to term limits? Let's not talk about times or get into the nuances of that. Do we think there is an option for that? So we have a motion on the floor. I will provide the
Matt,
second.
an option for what? I don't
An
understand.
option that says, do we want to see term limits as a conversation for the city council?
So I thought we're having that conversation, right?
Not yet.
No. According to,
So if we are going with the first question that is in the staff report, the motion is to go ahead and place term limits on the ballot.
and it would be officially going there if we vote yes.
Well, and I think that's a flawed approach, quite frankly,
Yeah.
because if we say we're going to vote on that item and then we can't come to consensus on a term of what that means, then we voted on something that we can't move forward on because we don't have a concurrence. So I would rephrase the question and just ask, that the motion be, do we agree that term limits should be an item for this city council to consider placing on the ballot? Yes or no?
I like that.
Okay. And you provide the motion, I would provide the second.
Motion.
I don't understand, because that's what we're doing right now.
Right. I thought that's what we're talking about.
Right. But we have to move this forward. If we think that term limits should be a conversation to place on the ballot, not the term itself, but just the concept of term limits. If we think that's something we should place on the ballot, we need to agree to that piece first. Then
Well,
the
then we need
second
to-
question is, what would that term potentially look like?
The only way you're going to know if you think that it should be on the ballot is to call for the question, should we put term limits on the ballot?
That's what he just said.
But
No, he said to
No.
discuss.
Yeah.
Look, hang on. Let me be abundantly clear, because if we vote on this, just from a practical standpoint,
Right.
if we vote on something, but we can't make it to step 2, what do? We're like, hey, Temecula, term limits.
But
Right?
Matt,
I mean,
if
no,
we
no,
don't.
no, because listen, if we can't come to consensus on the second item, the only thing we have done tonight, if we can't get past item 2, is just saying, hey, Temecula, term limits. So before we vote on something that specifically says, shall we put term limits on the ballot, we need to ask the first most fundamental question is, are we willing to have the conversation about putting term limits on the ballot?
Okay,
Right?
that wasn't her question. She called the question to put term limits on
And I'm
the
saying
ballot.
before we do that, because we have no specificity
Yeah,
on that, we
right.
need to ask the more fundamental question first.
Well, I think the fundamental question is, if we vote, if nobody is in favor of putting term limits on the ballot, the next things are irrelevant.
Well, and that's my point, right? So if we can't get past this first question, which is
We're done.
what we've stated, then we're done. So we have a motion, I'm providing the second.
But again, I
You're
wanna
providing the
clarify-
second?
I
Yes.
want to clarify the motion, though, because I'm confused. So Jessica, are you going to change your motion to have the discussion about putting it on the ballot with the follow-up questions to be
Can you say that again?
Yeah, because that's kind of where Matt's going
Where
with
Matt's
it, and I
going
get
is
that.
yes, and that's exactly it. We need to be able to say, are we interested in having the conversation?
Okay.
If we're interested in having the conversation, then we can say, let's have the conversation of what that would look like.
Okay, because that's not what I don't
We're
think
doing
they
it here.
understood.
We're here.
Right. Yes.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, we're
Okay.
good.
Okay.
So what's the motion?
The motion is to discuss
Wait, has this not been a discussion? I mean,
I
that's what
thought
we've
we
been
were
doing
doing
for the
it.
last, I mean, we
No,
have
the
been discussing
part,
it.
okay, so the discussion part would be how long we want, okay, if it's a go, how long would we want term limits? Would that look like 8 years or 3 years?
We have to see if
Or
it's a
3
go
terms?
first.
But that's what we're doing right now. So I motioned it, Matt seconded it, and we're putting it out there for a vote.
So restate your motion, clarify your motion so we're all on the same page,
Yeah.
not what Matt
Okay.
said. Restate your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, Lord be with me right now. All right. Council, I would like to see if we can all have the conversation of seeing if we would like to put this on the ballot. Period. Did I say that right? Did I say that right?
I thought, that's what the item says on the
Guys,
agenda
it's
right
like
now.
12 o'clock. Okay, 11:30 at night. Randy, can you please reiterate what Matt says for me right now? Because I'm smoked.
I need a motion to extend.
And I need to go to the ladies'
Or I
room.
mean, I'm going to move we extend.
So I'll be very honest. Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm not sure where we're at right
Okay.
now. It sounded like to me, and I would ask our city attorney to chime in if he's hearing something different. But what it sounded like to me was that you simply wanted to continue to have the conversation about having term limits, but I understand some of the other council members, there is a little confusion on, isn't that what you are currently doing?
We're first having the conversation piece.
So-
Hold on, let me finish. We're gonna have the conversation piece. It's yes or no. Do you want term limits? That's why I said, let's put it to a motion. Do you want term limits or not? We haven't decided whether or not how and what that's gonna look like. It's gonna be like part B. So we have part A, so we can move to part B to decide on the entire thing as a whole.
If we vote up or down and we vote no, we don't want term limits, there's no point of moving forward.
Correct.
Right.
It's that clean, so there's no point of discussing what they're going to look like.
And that's my point,
yeah.
is that the first, oh my gosh. So the motion that was presented by staff says first, shall we put term limits on the ballot? If we vote that but never come to consensus on what that looks like, then we have nothing, then we have this thing that we voted for that has no substance to it, right? And so then we'd have to, if we can't reach that consensus on years or terms or, on and off or whatever it is, then at that point, we've got an item that has no substance to it, but we've all agreed that it should be on the ballot, and we don't know what that looks like. And so then we'd have to come back and vote to rescind that vote. So this is avoiding that procedural issue by just simply, and Peter, God help me out here, please. It's avoiding the procedural issue by just asking that very simple first question of, shall the council continue the discussion on term limits with more substantive thought on, the length and duration and all of that? Because if we can't get past that, if we can't get 3 members of this council to say, yes, let's talk about the substance of what that looks like for this, then there's no point in continuing this conversation whatsoever.
Right.
Right? So that's where we're at. Is everybody abundantly clear? And Peter, please help.
It is simply a motion to continue the discussion about term limits.
I'm okay with that. That's a good motion.
Thank you.
Let's take that one.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, so that passes 3-2. So let's take a quick break, because I know folks are
Can't we
asking
continue
for
it later?
the restroom here. I heard that loud and clear. Let's take a quick break and
No,
come
we
back
want
to
to
the
get
item.
this over now.
So we're already past the time. Can we take a 5-minute break, please? Thank you.
This is such a serious thing. We need to do.
All right. go ahead and bring this,
Well, first you need a motion to extend.
Move to extend it to midnight.
Oh, no, well.
yeah, just midnight. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
All right.
That was a Mike Nagar poll right there.
All right. So we've gotten past the first question. The second question has to do with the quality of those term limits. Now, we've had a proposal from Councilmember Alexander that mirrors the proposal used by City of Marietta.
Cancel it.
We will just in summary say that not everybody agrees, and Mr. Stewart has mentioned that he doesn't have concurrence with that. Is there a term limit formula that somebody would like to propose that they think is a good idea outside of what's already been rejected?
Before I actually got down here, thinking about things, looking over other areas and cities, I actually proposed exactly what Stu has. So what I have down here is 12 years consecutive lifetime total. So that would be 12 years and done.
Okay.
As just another thought. We can keep going through.
Any other conversation on that? Seeing none. I don't think I'm comfortable with that necessarily. I agree. I like the 12-year stint because I think that's a good quality piece of time. But I wouldn't mind seeing a break of 4 years and seeing if that council member wants to come back if they so choose.
Okay, so granted on my end.
All right.
Just a second.
Could I ask, what's the point of having term limits if they're coming back?
Opportunity, accessibility,
Well, but you've taken the accessibility away.
potentially.
If you
Yeah.
hadn't taken it away, you wouldn't be talking about accessibility now.
I know. I understand.
It will also give people the opportunity, like we talked about, everybody has a different view. New blood to come in, people to basically show what they can do. And if the city wants to either keep them or the previous incumbent, they can do that, or the residents as I was. And then you'll have somebody now who has some time in for doing 4 years, if whoever gets elected. And then the other previous city council member can come in, and we'll see what their best work is, who is doing the best work and who the people want to have.
It's artificially manipulating the process.
Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as we go through the budget process and we look at our capital improvement program, we look at our budget, we're talking like a significant amount of money. This is a large enterprise. To just say that experience, that time on the council is sort of irrelevant at this point, and we're just going to give folks opportunity. There's opportunity, clearly, to get engaged. I think the risk is pretty significant. I do, and you know, it's kind of like everyone hates Congress, but they love their congressman kind of thing, right? Like that's pretty common. I think we're getting to a place where we're risking a lot of the progress and a lot of the good things that have come out of our city. And that's speaking from someone that hasn't served a full term, right? This is my first term, right? I'm going to be here a long time. Our family's going to be here a long time. And I think, and I said this at the last meeting, the folks that bubble up in our community, they come to these meetings, they're parts of commissions, they're parts of nonprofits, they're thoroughly engaged in the community. What happens in a district election where you've got a council member that's termed out and one person steps up? And that's happened before. The school district, when they first went to districts, one person serving thousands of students stepped up. I think we're in a slightly different position here, but I think the risk is too great. And sure, you can say, oh, he's just protecting his seat or whatever. I have no intention on staying here my whole life. No one knows how long I want to run. Maybe it's just 2 terms. Maybe it's 3. When I was on the commission, I would have stepped aside after my 3rd appointed term. And several other commissioners who I'm close friends with did the same. We felt that that was valuable. I think the stakes are too high for this, and again, I'm just not comfortable with it. So I'm not in concurrence with that.
So, Matt, this obviously is not going to impact me. This is going to impact the city where my children grew up, where Tom and I have retired, where we plan on dying, and you are considering something that will literally change the city and the governance process forever. The governance process that we've had has worked. Look at Temecula. I mean, it stands so far above every other city for a reason. And yes, we have a fabulous staff. But I always say this, you can have the best staff on the planet, but if you've got a bunch of Mr. Potato Heads on your council, you're not going anywhere. By the same token, you can have the most fabulous city council, but if you have a staff that can't function properly, that can't get things done, you're going nowhere. And the process that we have used has given us the best of both. Why in the world would you want to change something that will change the face of this city, or have the potential to change the face of this city forever? When you say give new people a chance, this is not like T-ball where everybody gets to bat and everybody gets to play all the time. I take this job very seriously. I do my homework. In fact, I did my homework long before I was elected because I came to every meeting. I went to every event. I went to the ribbon cuttings for the bridges, the parks, because I love this city, not because I wanted to be elected. Somebody else planted that in my head, and now I'm wondering if it was such a good idea. Why would you want to change the thing that has brought us to this point? $700 million capital improvement budget, 16th safest city in the country, fabulous staff, loyal. Why in the world would you want to change? It's not everybody gets a trophy, just for playing in the game. Not everybody gets a trophy. And if they want to be on this council, they can run the same way that we all ran. Secondly, why would you want to take the option of putting the signatures together, putting this in the hands of the government by the citizen? Why are you taking away the citizens' opportunity to express themselves?
We're not.
By forcing this on the ballot, or by putting it on the ballot, it goes with the implication that we support it, that we want it. I don't care what anybody says, it just does. So why would you, and it's not we're not giving the residents the chance to vote, we're telling them to vote, because it's going forward with that implication. There's no other way to think about it. Why would we take the initiative to put something on the ballot when it really belongs with the residents? Their initiative, their choice. And we are taking votes away. The other thing is, when we went to districts, look at the pool of candidates that was diminished. We used to have, if we just talk about the registered voter adults, out of 113,000 people, what are we talking about? 60,000 people who are qualified to run if they're registered voter and they're over 18? But you don't have that anymore. You're in a district with 20,000 people. So, the pool of candidates is much smaller than it was when we were at large. And I think that's a shame too, because it diminishes the residents' choice, the people who live in each district. They don't have that pool of 60,000 people who have the opportunity to run. They're limited to, well, as Zach said, it could be one. And then where's the choice? You've eliminated the choice. They're stuck with one person. Whether that person, they think that person's qualified or not, if that person gets one vote, they win. There are too many things at stake for a city that is so successful, that has proven time and time and time again that the way we deal with things, the processes that we use, the conversations that we have, the individual talents that we bring to the council, it has worked. And it has worked for 32 years. And I've lived here 34 years. So it's worked for 32 years. Why in the world would we want to take people's vote away when they have chosen this system and this way of governing their city? And it's been wildly successful.
I think we're creating a false dichotomy here, right? So first, I'd say that just because somebody maybe has a belief or a desire to see term limits in their city doesn't mean they don't love the city of Temecula.
No, I wasn't implying that.
But I mean, that's kind of what you implied.
Well, no, I was implying that I
just
didn't have
say
ulterior motives. I love the city, and that's the only motive that I have.
But you want to talk about statistics, you want to talk about numbers. I've broken the city down into 3 eras. The historic era, as I like to refer to it, which is starting with Peg Moore and Sal and Ron Parks and Pat Birdsall, the original folks that joined the city council. And if you run through that first era within the city, the average, if you take out of the couple of the outliers that Mr. Comachero identified that had very short terms on that council, the average duration for their tenure on the council was 8.1 years. If you go into what I like to refer to as the Middle Ages, sorry, Jeff, but the Middle Ages, in which we had, Jeff Stone, Ron Roberts, Chuck Washington, Jeff Comachero, Mike Nagar, and then Mary Ann, we can include you in that as well, depending on whether because you are seated in the modern era, I would call it, depending on how you want to run that analysis, that tenure runs from 16 to roughly 17 years. And then if you move into that modern era of the sort of latest iteration where the folks made that transition, then currently we're looking at 6.8 years roughly for our duration. So for us to say that, well, we've always had a stable council and we've always had a long tenure on the council is just simply not true.
I didn't say long tenure.
But I'm just saying that just simply isn't true. And so whether we say 12 years or 16 years, or we do 12 on and 4 off and a few more back on, or whatever that looks like, that doesn't diminish the work that people can do. I mean, look, if I can't accomplish what I think was important for this city within the first 4 years, and Jeff, you and I had a conversation a while back, and I said this, I said, in the first 2 years I was on the city council, and I rattled off a few of the things that I did, which I think were fairly significant accomplishments in my first 2 years. I remember you saying to me, well, Matt, not everybody should be held to that same standard. And I think they should, right? I really do. I respectfully, Jeff, and I'm just speaking to you from the heart here because, I tremendous respect that I have for you and your tenure on this council and what you've done. I understand, but you're the equalizing force in this room. And always have been, and I tremendously respect the work that our council has done for their tenure over those years and the respect that they showed this city in their dedicated service. But if you truly start to look at those numbers and you start to look at what has happened and transpired in this city, we always like to sort of look at history through a little bit more of a rose-colored glasses and think, well, look at all the stability we had and look at all the things we had. But in fact, we haven't. We've had, a 32-year history in this city with 18 council members, right? I mean, that's what we've had. And yet, we've had some long-tenured folks, which I think we should be proud of because that service is appreciated and important. But I don't think that, for some of those folks that may have only served a year or two, they still had good contributions, and the city has still been moving forward in a positive direction. And so to say that, 12 years isn't enough or 16 years isn't enough, I think we've proven that it certainly can be. So again, I don't think there's an easy answer to any of this because no matter what we choose here tonight, we're going to be making a decision that isn't in the best interest of somebody. It just simply is. So, it's unfortunate that that's where we're at, but, I think it's an important conversation. And if, fundamentally folks agree with term limits, then by all means, vote for term limits. And if you don't, then that's fine. And I think that's the juncture we're at is, on the table, we've got 12 years, 4 years off, and, I don't know what the term is after that, another 12 years. If that's okay, that's 24 years somebody can serve, which is longer than anybody has served on this city council. It creates a bit of a hiccup in the process, but again, truly, if that individual is that type of representative for their community, then they will still find a way to serve in those 4 years, because I know everybody who has been on this city council or commission who no longer serves still finds a way to serve this community. But I also know that folks have gotten on and off, councils and commissions and boards and county supervisors and assembly and Senate and Congress and everything else up and down the line. And so, so I'd be willing to place that on the ballot. And again, my default is to say I trust Temecula, and if Temecula truly doesn't believe in term limits, then that will shake out in the election as well.
Matt, can I ask you a question? You said no matter what we do tonight, what did you say? Somebody's going to be...
Well, somebody's going to be upset. So there are folks that firmly believe and that term limits are important, and folks that firmly believe they aren't. And then there's, people in the middle. We're not going to be able to hit a perfect answer here. We all want to, and I said this, at the very first meeting where we talked about this, we all want to be able to reach a place where we get a 5-0 vote. This is one of those items where I don't think we can. So that's what's sitting on the table now. And look, I respect all of you. I respect your opinions. And if you choose to vote against this, then vote against it. And I'm okay with that too. But at least we've had the conversation, and we have the opportunity to, see if this either moves forward or it doesn't.
If somebody believes in term limits, wouldn't they just vote for somebody else the next time the incumbent ran?
We can keep having the same conversation, Mary Ann, but that's not the issue. Of course they can, but that's not how it works. And that's not the point of term limits. It's also why we did the same thing with the President of the United States and every other, elected office that carries term limits with it.
So you think that when you say that's not how it works, you mean that if people continue to vote for the incumbent, you don't think it's right?
I did not say that.
Well, you want term limits.
I'm not going to debate in circular arguments where we obviously are creating sort of a hostile dialogue.
Well, no,
I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that.
I think Temecula is that important. I think
understand.
Temecula's future is that important.
But to twist words and to make it sound like we're trying to erode this community and create something negative, when we've clearly had a history of otherwise, whether it's looking at the numbers themselves and the service that our 18 council members have had in this community, or otherwise, like I said, I think we're creating a false dichotomy here in an argument that just simply doesn't reflect the city of Temecula's history.
Well, I just know that the city of Temecula's history has been stable and resulted in one of the best qualities of life anywhere. And I trust the voters. But if the voters think the council is supporting term limits, that's not right. If the voters want term limits, there is a constitutional process for them to have term limits. And the reason I believe that process was put in place was to put that issue back in the hands of the citizens. And if the citizens want term limits, then they're going to sign those petitions.
So do we want to get to the point to what we were just talking about as far as, is this possible to move forward? Can we come to a consensus as far as
And if
the
not,
terms?
then we're done. Then we're done this evening.
Could I say something? Because, and my big issue, like I said, I've always been a term limits guy. But what's really disturbing to me is the number of people who didn't show up. to discuss this in the public.
Mm-hmm.
And the number of people who don't talk about it on my Facebook page or the city's Facebook page or any of your Facebook pages or, whatever, Instagram, I don't know. But I'm just not seeing it. And that's what's disturbing to me. It's not so much that I'm not in favor of it, I'm 100% in favor of it, but I'm not hearing that from the public. No. And that puts a knot in my stomach. Because what that does, it's me, and like Mary Ann was saying, it's the bureaucracy creating this, and it could be a nightmare one day. Now, could someone come in and fill our jobs? We did.
Of course.
I mean, there's 4 of us here that, we're under 8 years, 5.5, 4, 1.5. So it's not a matter, could someone come in and fill our seats? That's 100% proven right here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a matter of that. And so I guess I'm struggling with the idea of putting this on the ballot when I don't see a public support for it at all. And it seems like some of the support I'm hearing is from outside our city.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing it from the citizens of Temecula. I'm hearing from Marietta or some other outlying areas. It's like, you don't even live in our city. So that's the thing that's got me, like I said, my stomach's in a knot right now. I don't want to have to vote for this until I've had time to digest it and have the public tell me, this is a great idea, Stu, do it. But we don't want you to go. But we want everybody else to, and like, who said that? Everybody loves a congressman, but
Hates Congress.
they should all go. It's like, So that's my struggle right now. I'm not prepared to vote on anything right now. And if I had to vote, I'd vote no, but that's not my answer. That's why I don't want to vote. I want to hear from the public first. I'm not hearing that. And so that's my struggle.
I think Jessica, or Stu, or I'm sorry, I keep calling you
That's
Stu
twice.
tonight. That's Zach twice.
Must be our
Zach.
lovely gray hair.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I just make one final point, and it's one of the reasons why I voted no initially is getting to that consensus and how do we reconcile I forget exactly the term you used, the thumb on the scale.
Right.
That's the biggest issue, not building consensus. This is different than, voting a 3-2 to conform with state law or whatever, right? There are things that we just have to do. This isn't something we have to do. So that's my biggest concern is that perspective of it. So, and that's all I have. I'm done.
Well, I have one more thing.
Well, let me
Can I
give
go-
Jessica
Oh,
a chance.
sorry.
So, Stu, I agree with you 100%. Every one of us is replaceable. Right. We are all, the way I look at it, we're all anointed for this seat. We're all given this seat, and we all respect it. What I would suggest then is, if you're not ready to vote on this just yet, let's go back to a subcommittee. Possibly. I'm just thinking, do we want to hash that out? I would rather make sure that Stu is comfortable since he voted yes.
But to me, it's not about a subcommittee.
Okay.
It's
No.
about public outcry.
So let me ask you
I'm
this.
not hearing that.
No, okay, but we had, for instance, an ordinance today that was passed that is going to affect our entire city.
Which one is that?
The one with, for the entertainment,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Right.
How
Well,
many-
it's not, yeah.
But what I'm saying is that's pretty huge. It's an ordinance. It's going to affect a lot of our establishments that are coming in. We only had 4 people come in as well. It wasn't a huge outcry. We still passed it because the people we represent what our constituents want. We were voted here because our constituents had.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for my constituents to actually, I've heard from a couple constituents.
They've had 2 chances.
But I've not heard from a whole lot of constituents. And to me, I need to hear that. I need to hear the support, not from other areas, not from, I don't want to go there. I just want to hear that there's a public outcry, and I'm not hearing it.
Well, and if I could, though, again, we're elected in these positions not to wait for a public outcry, but because we're representing a perspective in this community, right? And so the only thing I would say about that is, not all issues are equally outcryable, and I think if there's a consent within the council, I mean, let's just say that, from your perspective, Jessica, you represent 20% of the city of Temecula, right? And so that is a perspective. And I think if you were to run a poll on the city and say, how many people think, you can do that? We can wait for them to come, but we can't wait for them to come forever. And so, all I'm saying is that's why we're here, is to make the tough decisions. And it's the same reason why we're going to struggle getting anybody out there to get signatures, is because they're all busy with their lives and it is now past midnight. And, we need an extension. If somebody would make the motion. Motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, till 12:30.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
So we have an item on there, and and look, if it dies, it dies. I hope that we would have some opportunity to move this forward. But we have a motion or an item there, 12 years, 4 off, 12 years on. If that's your motion, I'll make the second.
What is it again?
12 years on, 4 years off, and then 12 years back on.
So it's, okay, so you're limiting
You know what
votes.
that sounds like to me, though? It sounds very, not cocky, but very that we're going to win every election. So therefore, yeah, I'm going to be on 12 years, and then I'm going to take 4 years off, and I can come back. We're negating the voters altogether when we make a stupid comment. And that's what I'm hearing. I mean, this is just me in my head. I'm thinking, we are making such a stupid, I don't know. I mean, I'm just hearing this, and I'm thinking, as a voter, they're not even taking me into consideration right now. They're not telling me that my vote's going to matter because I'm going to win 3 terms.
So what's your suggestion?
I'm not ready. That's my suggestion. I just don't get it. And until I get it, I can't vote for it.
Okay, fair enough. So we have a motion and a second. Let's call for the question. Okay, and that does not pass. 3 noes. Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to item, thank you all for the conversation. Moving on to item number, let's see, reports. Oh, items for future council agendas. We have one item to discuss, and that is the opportunities for developing a performing arts center and capital improvement project related to performing arts. That was at my request. I will give a brief 3 minutes, I think, per our rules now on what that means. I had spoken with a number of organizations, including those with the Temecula Valley Symphony and the Conservatory of the Arts and others. And I think it was, as part of our master plan for community services, a performing arts center is on the list of potential projects. That is a massive undertaking. And I think one of the things that I heard loud and clear from some of our arts and cultural groups is that, creating this as a capital campaign within, those organizations and carrying it forward as a community initiative, not just purely a city-funded initiative, would make a lot of sense. And some of those folks have had experience in other towns, including Los Angeles, with some very huge success in being able to create some, renowned centers. And so what I would like to be able to do is just have consensus of the council to see if we can't, and we don't have an arts council anymore. We don't have a lot of those things, that infrastructure anymore. I don't know if we'd have to create a subcommittee because we're so fond of subcommittees. But do we have a subcommittee that may be able to address this already? And am I on that subcommittee?
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. That's a little frustrating because I'd really like to help shepherd this through.
Then this is your pitch for
right.
an
So
agenda
if we
item.
could maybe just have an ad hoc that's created to see what kind of traction we get, and maybe put that on as a future agenda item to vote on. Am I following this correctly, the procedure? that we would need to vote on whether or not to create an ad hoc subcommittee for a performing arts center capital improvement investment fund.
I got that. So, yes, up or down, whether you'd like to see that motion approved for a future agenda item.
Yes.
Can that investment fund, we'll discuss that then. Got it.
Yep. Okay.
So,
And that's the,
do we vote on that?
No.
do we vote on this?
You did not yet. We just need a motion to go ahead and place it on the future agenda as you
Yes, we
described.
vote on that.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Do we need a roll call or can we just? All right, please cast your votes. Okay, thank you. All right, city manager's report.
Nothing further tonight.
City attorney.
Yes, two things. Number one, we have no actions to report from closed session. And number two is just to remind you to adjourn tonight's meeting to the next meeting at 6 p.m.
All right, so moved. Thank you all. Can we get a motion and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, see you next time.